early, real early with it, or late, depending on how you look at the time. Let's see if I can get some of these FBA stragglers to come over here and actually learn some real shit. Let's see if I can get some FBA stragglers to come over here and really learn some real shit. We're gonna see if y'all wanna learn some real shit. In fact, let me put up something that looks a little bit more interesting. Let's do this for right now. And we'll talk about here shortly the importance of this photo, where this photo comes from, all the people who I was just trying to get on Tariq's page, live stream. He didn't pull me up, but eventually I'm gonna get up there, and eventually I'm gonna give him the facts. Unfortunately, we've had some people, excuse me, unfortunately, we've had some people in the Indian community go up there to his live stream and kind of not really do too well. One thing we've had is people go up on a live stream and not really do too well on Tariq's live stream. So, excuse me. So, I'm going to keep trying to get up there so I can take up for the community, because I do not like the denigration, but I can understand the confusion of how people treat our folks. Now, we're going to get into some lessons here, and I'm probably just going to start teaching, and then I'll go into my little diatribe about that later. But what we're looking at is some Seminoles, okay? Now, these are some of the things that I pulled up that I was going to explain to Tariq, okay, about how the slave trade, this whole ethnogenesis thing. First of all, ethnogenesis is a new word to put you into an African capacity, to get you to accept the African in you that is not there, okay? The whole thing about we all mixed, everybody didn't all mix, okay? Just saying that is just the most unscholarly thing that you could say. Scholarly things that people say are backed by scholarly sources, not just saying, hey, they all mixed. No actual scholar will get to a new, let's say if I got to a new landmass, right? And there's a bunch of different people and they somewhat look the same, but they got a bunch of different traits. Am I just gonna say, well, they all mix? They all must have been mixing because they've been on this same landmass. Everybody's been mixed with each other over here. We don't know that. You don't know that information. You haven't looked at everybody's bloodlines. You haven't seen their paperwork or genealogy. Okay, and that's the main thing to take away. Now, one thing to note, let's say from here. Now, this comes from Harvard. Okay, Harvard directly, and this is from David Eltis. David Eltis is the guy that was over slavevoyages.org. Okay? He's the guy that's been the main one working on that whole situation. And they said, hey, between 1520 and 1865, they found about records of about 90,000 Africans. Okay? That's not a lot of Africans. Now, the number used to show, and that's an estimate right there. The number used to show, I'll show you this. I need to highlight some of these certain colors. Now, the number back in the day when they were just doing some estimates, used to show this number right here. Now, this is from the census. Now, they said, hey, between 1715 to 1808, that's when the bulk of the importations came, according to them. And they said it was 333,000. That's the importations. Now, importations doesn't say Africa. Because, now it says it right here, as you can see the word Africa, but all importations aren't African importations, because also right here, you see won't let me highlight it for whatever reason. Yeah, whatever. Right here, you see the British West Indies exported. That British West Indies exported to the colonies some slaves. This is 1,392 slaves. So for FBAs to go around here, peace, kinfolk. What's up, Frank? What's up, everybody that's joined up in here? Hopefully, I'm getting some FBA stragglers from the Tariq Live, and y'all can get in here and actually learn some real history instead of just listen to a man say words like cackle and bug breaking and ethnogenesis and goddamn same shit all day. Okay, so you can actually come in here and learn, right? And now this is that 300,000 number they be saying, but notice these numbers are all zeros, similar to that 90,000 number. These are estimates, but still, these are not just African importations. These are British West Indies importations. And why am I saying that twice? Because it makes this more real to you. Because when they went and actually looked through the records that these people were estimating from, the total number of records they could really actually find was about for 90,000 Africans. And not all of these came to the mainland, to be honest. Some came to the mainland, some didn't. This link used to be active and it's not working. Let me try it again. It's like, I don't know why they changed it, but that link used to work, and it was their link. Slave Voyages. Slavevoyages.org had a area that said African origins on it. Let me try to Google it and see if it'll come up. Slave Voyages, African origins. Enslaved African origins. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Now, what does this number say? 75,237. That's a little shy of that 90,000. But this is supposed to be their African origin, and I'll show you why, where it comes from. Said, bro, I'm stuck in 1818 Calhoun, Florida, no birth or death certificates. That should be right, Frank, and I'll show you why. That should be just where you're supposed to be. But that's about where you should get stuck. Florida, right, didn't even start getting counted by anybody until until 1830. See that? So what does that mean? That means those YT folks with their records and their record keeping didn't get there to 1830. So if you've tied your person back to 1818, you have successfully proven that your people were there before the white people got there. Now, these are black people, right? But when they get there, they start counting black folks, which would be the Seminoles that was down there, or really, Yamasi, Tamukwa, different tribes. Calusa, Kusaba, whatever. Well, Kusaba was more north, but either way, that was like Georgia. But you have successfully found that your people were there prior to white folks getting there, right? So all you have to do now, and I'll show you, all you have to do now is go to something called the native land map. Now, you can use this map, but that's not going to be as whatever. Native land map. See, over here, we're going to give you things Tariq can't give you. Real information. So you would go down here to Florida, right? And you're going to see all of these more older distinct tribes like the AIS, I don't know how to pronounce it, ICE, or the Calusa, which would be Calusa means strong and black. It means Kala Lusa. Lusa is like from Tusca, Lusa. So Lusa means black. Tusca is warrior. The black warrior is backwards. But Kala Lusa, Kala comes from Kalios, which means strong or whatever, and then Lusa, which means black. So strong and black. You could be Kala Lusa, you could be Kalusa, you could be Tegesta, you could be Miami, right? You could be Jaeger. Guacata, what are these? What I would do is try to find. Now it'd be kind of a little hard, but I would try to find what specific possible area of Florida that they might have been in, because Florida is decently big. But if you can get a slight area, you can be like, okay, we were probably Temuqua, or we were probably Appalachians, or we were probably Miccosukee, or we were probably Calusa, and you can kind of get an idea. Yeah, right. He said, where could I find that page with the black counts? It's hard. If you're talking about this right here, I used to be able to type in slave population census and get it for the longest time. And this comes directly from the census.gov. I used to be able to really just, let me try this, but I used to be able to just Google slave population census and it would come right up, but they've changed it. So let me see if I type this, if it'll come right up. See, it ain't even try to come up. Now let's say do this. If I put census, state census, census.gov 1860 distribution of slaves. See, they've changed it. Well, that's the distribution of slaves map. That's different. Hold on, I might have to Google it the way I did. No, okay, yeah, they've changed the form for whatever reason. Now this is one form, but they apparently they still have it because somebody found it for me and got it back. Let me see. I used to be able to type slave population census, and it would almost every time, I got it on so many videos back in the day, it would almost every time come back up as this one, the .gov source. But now when you pull it up now, they've even changed it up even more. So now they got that, the distribution, but it's really this number of slaves, and it's this document. And this document is not the same. I haven't gone through this whole document to see like what changed. I just didn't like the fact that they changed it. And I said, so if you want this document that I got, I'd probably have to send it to you because I don't know what the hell they did with it anymore, to be honest. Let me see this one. They be playing games. Let me say 1860, blah, 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 blah. No? Yeah. I don't know, man. They be playing games. Said the Reds was named Huska Hajo. Hajo is that's Yamasi. Calhoun County in Bluetown, Florida, named after Siberian chief named Blount. I've seen that name before. Blount. Hajo is who is Yamasi. And the Yamasis are some of your original Seminoles. It's a mixture of people. Yamasi, Yuchi, Shawnee, and some others. But Chief Sekou is tied to Abiyaka Hajo. And Abiyaka was a chief of the Yamasi. And Abiyaka Hajo, that would be similar to that Hajo you got listed there on your screen. Husky Hajo. A lot of the Hajos were Creek chiefs, but Creeks are Yamasis, okay, and Seminoles and shit. And some of them were Seminoles, but those are also Yamasis. See, the thing about the whole thing about renaming people is it messes up trying to find these people, figure out who you were through time. It confuses things. This is why I can't do the FBA thing. I can't do anything new anymore. If we're not tying back to something old, I don't want to tie back to it. If we're not tying back to something old, And then I don't want to deal with it. Said that's though my grandma said we only root for Florida State, so it makes sense. Trying to get you lost in the sauce. Yeah, exactly. All these name changes, which is why I can't deal with the FBA name change. I can't deal with Sulani name change. I can't deal with, and all of them. They say Sulani ain't really tying you to Africa, but in a sense, they trying to say it. But they'll throw in that thing. Well, you just gotta not be an immigrant. You just gotta not be an immigrant. You said explain. So I'm gonna show y'all what I'm looking into now about that. So accepting this slavery thing. Now we know I just realized the Dred Scott case includes some pivotal language that I found in this document on the Library of Congress. This is the Slave Codes document in 1860. 1860. Okay. Said then why be in those spaces? Yep, I don't want the yellowish looking papers, the old ass documents. Are you talking about why be in FBA spaces? Trying to get lost in the sauce? Is that what you're asking? Why be in the FBA spaces if we don't like FBA? Is that what you're asking? Yep, I want the yellowish looking papers, the old ass documents. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? If you're trying to tie me to something from some new white piece of paper or something just typed on a screen, I don't want what you got. You know what I'm saying? We need to be going back. And that's not saying to be tribal. That's just saying to be truthful. Yeah, you want to tie back to the names of those tribes so you can know where you came from. You can know your ancestry. That ties you back to this landmass. That gives you pride in who you are and where you're from. There's a lot of indigenous be in FBA spaces trying to be anti, but why even be in there? Because y'all are indigenous and y'all don't know it, and we trying to teach y'all. And FBA keeps being brought up a lot by Tariq. Anybody that is trying to tie you to an African, let me just show you why. Anybody that's trying to tie you to an African and trying to reclassify people in mass, regardless of whether it's a black dude doing it or a white dude doing it, it's a problem. It's always been a problem. They reclassified tribes, not just the reclassification that Tariq and everybody talks about, which is the reclassification of us to Negro. That's one thing that came way later. But the first reclassification started when they started calling tribes different names and started changing spellings and started incorporating tribes. But mainly they wanted to get you into an African capacity. Now let's look at government documents and understand why you don't want to accept an African capacity, okay? Meaning admitting that you were an African and why you don't want to do that. Let's look at it and why they wrote that word into law and why this particular law is in the Dred Scott case that I just found out and how that is still active. Okay, an African admitting his ancestors to have been slaves is not a citizen in the U.S. And let's look at why do they say that? Let's read. Now, this was handwritten in the Library of Congress before they actually put it into a code. The plaintiff, we're talking about a particular court case here to back up this. The plaintiff, having admitted by his demurrer to the plea in abatement that his ancestors were imported from Africa and sold as slaves, he is not a citizen of the state of Missouri according to the Constitution of the United States. Doesn't mean that you couldn't have been a slave. In fact, we'll go back on this document and I'll show you there's three kind of slaves you could have been. You could have been a imported slave, some other slave it said, and you could have also been a prisoner of war. So you can still be a slave and accept a slave narrative if you have a slave in your family. But was that a prisoner of war? What war would you ask about? Well, if you don't, whether you believe or not, your people was Indians, they would be the Indian Wars timeline. They would be the Indian Wars. And most of these Indian Wars will easily tell you, even on this random history website, right? Most of these, I'll just type it in real quick, find on page, slave. What happened to the Tusker Wars after their war? Some of them were sold into slavery. Prisoners of war, right? What happened to the hold on, I don't know why I lost my damn spot. What happened to the Chickamaugas, the Cherokees? They were sold into slavery after some wars, okay? What happened to some of the Seminoles? They called them runaway slaves. That's a little bit different. And really, they called the Seminoles runaway slaves, but a lot of y'all don't know. Let me show you this. You got to just Yamasee. Hold on. It's one of these newspapers. Right here. Many of the leading statements in the foregoing account are strongly corroborated by circumstances. In fact, within the knowledge of the many Americans, this is said to be the country of the ancient Yamasees. Not the entire country. Countries where there were multiple countries in the United States. They were almost like, each state was almost like a country, and to a degree. They were bigger than these states. But long story short, part of this area of United States was known as the ancient Yamasee country, okay, right? And they say the Yamasees. And it is a fact that the Creek Indians, who are Yuchi and Shawnee Indians, because they changed the name, again, reclassified, have held a slave race descended from the Yamasee Nation. Okay? So the Creeks are holding some Yamasees as slaves to a degree, or they call them a slave race, but then they say which has but recently been incorporated into their tribe. So they call the Yamasees a slave race, which they're the ancient Yamasees. Why would they call them a slave race? Because they was on black folks. And they were down there in Florida area, right? So they likely would be your so-called runaway slaves who joined the Seminoles. And I'll show you that. Why would I say that? Because the Yamasees, when you look up who are part of the Seminoles, .gov source, who became part of the Seminoles, besides the Creeks, who were, in addition to the Creeks, and who were the Creeks? The people that took in the Yamasees. But who are also the Creeks? Shawnees and Yuchis. Shawnee Indians, Yuchi Indians. The Seminoles included Yuchis, which are Creeks, so they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. Yamasees and other Aboriginal elements. Okay? So why is that important? Yamasees have been reclassified from Yamasee to Creeks to Seminoles to probably Muskogee Creek now. Most people don't even remember the name Yamasee. This is why you don't go through all of these new classifications and phrases and FBA and Sulani and this and that. No. Let's stick to what we have already on paperwork. No more new paperwork, except all the old paperwork. Okay? Let me see what y'all been saying down here. Let me see what y'all been saying up down here. Let me start up on the upper. Said they started calling us black. Credit Mrs. Nebraska, yeah. You said, sup, my African brother. Ghost Days. That all y'all can say? Y'all the most dumbest, stupidest. First of all, y'all say sup. You know, like you're trying to act black, and we don't say sup. We'd be like, what up, boss? What up? Yo, what's happening? Sup. Y'all some fucking corny motherfuckers, nigga. Sup. Stupid motherfuckers. Some were sent to islands, some to South America, and some were Africa, right? OMG, wow, I am so glad I found your live. I appreciate you finding my live too. We got the facts over here, government documents. I'm 100% First Nations. The new list is up, my little brother. You ain't no god. The First Nations is just another reclassification word to say you ain't even from this bitch. That's really what it is. Our First Nation. What the fuck that mean? We were the First Nation. What is a nation? You don't even know what the fuck you talking about, dude. Yes, FBA is a reclassification. Definitely. That agent talk. Teach, bro. I appreciate that. We are tribal members of the Confederate Tribes of Warm Springs. This is interesting. Tribal members of the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs. Where's Warm Springs? What's Warm Springs? Let me look that up. Tribal members of the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs. See, I know what a confederation is. A confederation is a pact between nations, an agreement or pact between nations, and nations can be tribes. Well, typically, a nation is multiple tribes. It could be one tribe if your tribe is big enough to be its own, but it wouldn't be a confederation. But a nation would be multiple nations coming together, like the five civilized tribes coming together. In a sense, is like a confederation of tribes. But even some of those five, like whatever. Anyways, like Cherokee is a bunch of different tribes that make the Cherokee Nation, and then the Cherokee Nation will join a confederation with the, let's say, Seminole Nation, and the Seminole Nation is made up of Yamasis, Creeks, Uchis, Tamuquas, Wale. Well, that's a language. Different ones down there. So. But let me see. You said the Western Warm Spring, Wasco, the Tinino, and the Northern Paiute. The Paiute Indians. Okay. I have yet to look further into you all's. I wonder if there's a map to get an idea on where y'all at. But I'm pretty sure y'all up in the north, west. Yep, northwest area. Now, what's funny about that area, looks like y'all up in Oregon and all that stuff, is when you go and look up what are some of the people that were being found in that area at the time by explorers. So let's look into that real quick, and then we'll go back to that. So we're going to look into this book by Lewis Corris. Some of those people who follow me know. So we classify ourselves as Columbia River Indians, Oregon Bend. And so you got different things here. Now these are going to be Californians. But mostly West Coast regardless. Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for real quick. Let's say like food to the Yucca, Jefferson, indigenous of Virginia. That's not what I'm looking for. Looking for a particular voyager. Here's one, The Californian Missions by La Perouse. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Langsdorff to California. I don't know why I didn't highlight it, but it's California here. Now, these are going to talk about California, but we're basically going to be talking about that West Coast, right? Oregon, and I'm not sure when Oregon and Washington became a state or when they even got outlined, but I have to double check that. But we're going to talk about what some of these voyages saw when they came over here. Now, let's just look over here on this one right here. So when they came to the West Coast, and this one, what's the year? We don't have a year on this. I'd have to look up the voyage. Let's look up the voyage of La Perouse real quick so we can get a date. Voyage of La Perouse around the world. See, one thing about us over here in the Indian community, we know a lot more information than you're gonna find over in FBA and other communities. They know about, as far, let's just say for instance, explorers. Most people know the explorers, Columbus, and if you really press them a little bit, Verrazano and De Soto, right? Those are your main ones you might hear, right? But there was lots of people. La Perouse, Charlottesville, Gumila, I said Charlottesville already. La Perouse. I used to know so many names. Wande Gravahalia. So many different names. I can name so many different names. I'm not going to sit here and bore you with that. But this is the book. La Perouse took his voyage around the world from 1785 to 1788. Okay? And he wrote specific things. Now, I can find that this dude gives the page in which voyage it was on, but I'm going to just read this passage because he read the La Perouse voyage and he took out a particular passage from page 197 to 12. And this is on his second voyage, so I'd have to go through that. That thing's probably, you'd have to figure out which one is the second voyage and whatever, but you can find that stuff in here. And sometimes you want to find the original book because it's going to be in French, likely. La Perouse, I believe, is French, and this is English, which is fine, but what you'll have is sometimes purposeful mistranslations or purposeful omissions of different information. So I don't always like to read the English version. I'd rather go get the original version, and translate it. But regardless, let's go by this guy because I trust him. And he says, the color of the Indians in the Californian missions seen by La Perouse in his voyage, the second voyage, page 197 to 212, very nearly approaches that of the Negroes, whose hair is not woolly. Now, don't let that fool you. I'll pull up a source where some Indians did have woolly hair and were mentioned that they had some with woolly hair and some without in a source from another voyager. It just kind of depends on the tribe that you ran into, right? But these people here who were not woolly. And in another place, the color of these Indians, which is that of Negroes. Now, that was La Perouse's voyage. Now, Langsdorff, that's another voyager, he had a voyage to the California coast. He said Langsdorff, who visited the San Francisco on the coast of California, which means this came in probably mid-1800s. And I'm going to show you the reason why that is because La Perouse did this book, not La Perouse, Louis Corris did this book in 1822, and he actually drew the California Indians, okay, whose hair is straight, who resemble Negroes, right? So we have a visual of what he's talking about, right? Now, one may think, oh, that hair is straight because it's straight hair, but we can straighten our hair. I know niggas with straight hair. Now, they come from two family members who did not have straight hair, who had like just normal curly, decent regular hair, and they were normal Atlanta niggas, okay? But there's the phenotype you look at, the eyes, okay? Wide almond-shaped eyes, not small, beady, chinky-like eyes. The nose bridge, nose is like plump, and the lips are big and plump, just like Negroes, right? Same thing with this dude. You can clearly see that. Now, he drew other folks, too. So let's compare this to, like, one of the Alaska, like, type Indians, your Alaska natives, people that come from that area, which, those people, I was about to click on those people, and they're somewhat in that area, but they look a little bit, way too much Chinese. Same thing with these folks. I'll let you see them, but similar to here, like if he was going to draw their eyes, this is pretty much, these are people of the Kotzebue, and Kotzebue is over there, right there in Alaska. So look at the eye. Oh, God damn it. Look at the eyes. These are the eyes that you would see on some of the tribes of natives today. Now, some of the tribes of natives today are Alaskan natives. Now, think about the term. Let's think about when you go to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. You gotta look. Whoops. Now, first of all, I want you to realize, first of all, the wording. It's called the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Okay, not the United States Native American Affairs. So first of all, get that understood, right? And then we go down here. Typically, you would see it. They typically would mention oh, there you go, right here. American Indians and Alaska Natives. Now, why would they do that? Why? Uh, why would the Americans be called Indians and the Alaskans be called Natives and not Indians? Why aren't they the Alaskan Indians? Anybody ever thought about that? And I'm sorry, I haven't been looking down, y'all. What up, crew? I didn't see you got up in here. Yeah, Athabascan or Inuit. Yeah, that's pretty much kind of. And I need to look more into those. I've heard them, and I know that the type of people they're talking about. I need to look more into that history. I know Los and them know more about that than I do. We classify ourselves as Columbia River Indians, Oregon by Bend, Oregon. So yeah, once you get down into the man, is if he is First Nation, then he can explain how to create black soil, and you know he can't. He don't even know what the hell black soil is. Sup, bro? You mean the black soil? Bro? He don't know nothing about black soil. And that was all over in the southeast. Groups of tribes. Okay. Going through, making sure I got y'all down here. He said shoehorning them into our identity. Exactly. What up, CR? He said they know then we wasn't the same people. Exactly. Exactly. And we not. So you got to think about that because we all know. Let's just do a quick little word etymology, right? We all know. Now they're gonna put it in there for modern times, but native really means natural, inborn, about being born someplace, hereditary, connected with something in a natural way. From Old French native, raw, unspoiled, and directly from Latin nativis, innate, produced by birth, okay, from nautis, okay, past participle, nasi, whatever, be born. To be born. I could be a native of Oklahoma. I could be a native of the US. I could be a native of goddamn 23rd Street. I could be a native of anything that I was born. I was born in a hospital. What was that? Baptist Hospital? I'm a native of Baptist Hospital in a sense. Right? So saying that you're an Alaskan native is just saying you were born in Alaska. That's it. Anybody could be born in Alaska, right? But to be indigenous, well, I'm sorry, Indian. We'll do Indian. Now, to be indigenous, we're gonna look that up too. But Indian, it could have different meanings on here, according to this. But they're gonna have more recent kind of bullshit. It says inhabitant of India or South Asia pertaining to India. Now it says circa 1300, but we know they didn't get that name. They didn't even really start calling it India over there. And that's crazy they say 1300. That's really crazy they have that in the etymology library because um what was I about to look up? Even when you Google it, I just had it. You know what? Let me pull it up this way. In my head, I'm trying to think of what I Googled in the. I can't remember if I screenshot that on my phone, and that's gonna bring up a ton of sources. God damn it! How can I find the most recent? This is recently added. Oh, okay. Well, shit. Guess I gotta look through here. Yeah, it's gonna have a lot because I got a whole lot of shit about Indians and American Indian shit. Yeah, that's it's gonna be forever. Uh, it was like right after 1492. Let me just go. When was India named India? Question mark. Now, see, that's saying after the 5th century BC. I don't believe that. Greek, Indos, whatever, Indus River, whatever. Um, I just saw something that said, I got to find it. They literally said that it wasn't called that until about 1497. After, now that would have been when YT folks started calling it India. It was still known as Bharat in Hindustan by the people well prior to that. But we know that the British people, I have a thing for that. The British people, let's say if you just do Bharat, India, original name. Let's see if I can find that. Yeah, this Al Jazeera thing right here easily tell you that India or Bharat, what's the dispute behind the country's name? You go down here, right? It'll tell you somewhere in here that the British gave them that name. The Bree JP has already renamed cities and places. That's not what we're looking for. Opposition, why there's no constant. What is has BJP said? What happens next? It's somewhere in this bitch. Unless this is a different article. On the same day, in the Constitution, I may have to find it on my phone. Okay, in the Constitution, the world's most populous country is known as India and Bharat, Hindustan, land of the Hindus. Okay, is another word for the country. The three names used interchangeably officially by the public, but they call it Hindustan, land of the Hindus, Bharat. Why was Bharat caused so much controversy? The name in Sanskrit terms found in scriptures written over 2,000 years ago. So they was known as Varsasa, that's where it comes from, whatever. They was known as that for over 2,000 years. It wasn't until the British got up in there somewhere to tell you. Critics of the name, whatever we have seen continues, whatever. Once the British got up in there, they started calling it India. And they started calling it that on maps even before, they took on the name. But you gotta know why. You gotta know why. Why did the British start calling this place the Indies? And I'm gonna show you that real quick. We'll call the Indies. Let me see. This is a book here that I got. Let me find the passage. It's called Why They Call It the Indies. For those who don't know, who haven't seen this. Come on now. Really, dude? This is the first discovery of the Indies. Let's just do Indies. That's gonna bring up a lot of shit. God damn it. Yeah, that's gonna bring up a lot. The discovery, Christopher Columbus. I wanna okay, right. Indies yielded not here. The honor and award for the Columbus discovering the Indies. Why they were called the Indies? Here we go. Good God. All right, now this was translated from a Latin book from 1551. Okay. Why they called it the Indies. And if we can trust ChatGPT's damn translations, you can to a degree. But it says why they called the Indies. It says before we go further, I want to give my opinion about this name, Indies. Some have believed, notice they're not even sure in 1551, that they were called this because the men of these our Indies have the same color as the Eastern Indians. But it seems to me that they differ greatly in color and in features. It is true, however, that from India they derive the name Indies. Properly speaking, India is called. And it says, the text cut off at the bottom of the page. Hold on, let me pull this up. I thought it kept going. Hold on. Damn it, I hate when it does that. I hate when it does this. Why when it point out, it's like it'll be like show and folder, and then it'll show you where it's at, but it'll show you thousands of damn hundreds of fucking photos. Why would you not highlight or something the photo that I just wanted to see in here? Now I gotta go click through all of these. Oh my goodness. It's the most annoying thing in the fucking world, man. Really? Okay, why they call it the Indies? Okay, let me see the page after that. If it had the great province of Asia where Alexander the Great waged war, which takes the way name from the river Indus, and which is divided into many kingdoms and neighboring regions. From this great India, which is also called the East, large groups of men departed, and as Herodotus recounts, went to settle in Ethiopia, which lies between the Red Sea and the Nile, and which today is possessed by Prester John. They prevailed so strongly that the land changed its ancient customs and took on the name they brought with them, and thus Ethiopia was called India. Okay, for this reason, many, including Aristotle and Seneca, said that India was near Spain. From India, and from Prester John, from where the Portuguese traded, came the name given to our Indies. So it says from India, then, and from Prester John, from where the Portuguese traded, came the name given to our Indies. And I don't know if they mean ours, like the one on the east, but it says, because the caravels came and went from there, over time the name was transferred to these lands. And when the pilot saw the new land, he called them the Indies. And so Columbus's discoveries were always called the Indies. Those who regard Columbus as a great cosmographer believe that he named them the Indies after the East Indies, thinking that he discovered these lands. He was seeking the island of Cipango, which lies near the China or Cathay, and that he ventured west, following the sun to reach further, although many believe that there was such an island. In any case, this is the origin of why they are called the Indies. So it's kind of all over the place, because they're going to say that he knew where this place was prior, and prior to him going to it. He knew where the Indies was. He knew where the landmasses was. They're saying that he called it that because he said that it was similar to that of the people and the things. Say believe the name, the Indies after the East Indies, thinking he discovered these lands. He was seeking the islands of Cipango, which lies near the China or Cathay, is what they're trying to say right here. But they said in this same book, and I'll show you, that he already knew where the Indies were. Now this is 1551, and like I said, they said believe, so even they're not sure. But right here it says, it seems to me that Columbus, right here, it seems to me that Columbus, long before he came to Spain, had already thought of where the Indies were located, and that he had long sought out the writings of Seneca, which speak of the ships crossing the ocean in search of something to discover. Finally, fortune brought him the Spanish pilot who, by chance of the sea, he found them. But also it says that right here, he was asking about it. He knew about the Carthaginian merchants. There were some Carthaginian merchants who had got here to the Indies before him. And it says that Christopher Columbus was not there, but it said he was well aware of the Carthaginian merchants finding it. And I'll also show you how he had a wife named Philippa. How do you spell her name? Damn, how do you spell her name? Maybe it's Philippia. No, Philippa. It's somewhere close to that. Damn it. Columbus' wife. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I don't know. You can search. Okay, it's spelled with an E. Okay, Philippa. So Philippa was Columbus's wife. Okay, most people don't even know he had a wife. Philippa and his wife Philippa was her dad was a voyager, and she would travel with him and she would draw maps for him and stuff like that. Like right here, I think it says right here, Philippa, together with all his journals and papers, in that the home of the retirement and peace, the young husband and wife lived in connubial bliss for many years. How could it be otherwise, since each had found in the other a congenial spirit, full of adventurous explorations, but which all others regarded as visionary follies? They say that they read together and talked over the journals and papers of Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo was another explorer, during which Philippa also entertained Columbus with accounts of her own voyages with her father. Okay? Together with his opinions and those of the other navigators of that age, his friends and companions, of a possible country that might be discovered in the distant west, and that the future fame of the fortune of the future fame and fortune of that discoverer. Thus they read, studied, thought, and talked together concerning that which they believed the future would prove a reality, but of which no other had a thought. This opinion had found a permanent lodgment in the mind of Columbus and awakened an enthusiasm therein never experienced before in the breast of a man upon a like subject, and which aroused him to the energy of determination which rebuked all fear and recognized no thought of failure. But alas, the noble Philippa, who alone has stood by him in their mutual opinions and shared with him the storm and of thoughtfulness, ridicule, lived not to learn of the fulfillment of their hopes. Oh, apparently she passed away. Okay, so but basically he knew about the Indies. Now, whether or not he called it the Indies, so the reason they called it the Indies is what that guy tried to say is because every time these certain voyagers would get to certain lands, they would just call it the Indies. Okay, so that's kind of why you have multiple places called the Indies. But then you might ask, but why would they do that, right? Why would they call all these places the Indies? Well, you have to know there's something called the Council, Council, Council of the Indies. Now, why would there be something called the Council of the Indies? How do I get that off of there? There we go. The Council of the Indies. So think about the phrase, the Council of the Indies. A council is a group or body of people coming together to talk about something. What are they talking about? The Indies. Why would they be bringing a council together to talk about the Indies? Why are people going places calling it the Indies everywhere they go? Well, the Council of the Indies are the ones who are over everybody leaving and going to these places. At a distance of time when the state of the world is so different than what it was in the 16th century, it may not be readily conceived how easy it was for the Council of the Indies, Council of the Indies, through the power vested in it of permitting or prohibiting the general circulations of the writings in relative to America. So they were doing censorship of all the writings of what was going back and forth between America. But also, I have a book about the whole Council of the Indies and their laws. They have laws. Primary source, let's see, one, blah, 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 blah. Where can I find it? Let's see. Council of the Indies law. Was that a law? That the Indies books and the languages of the Indies. Okay, yeah, that's gonna get me there. Let me just go show and folder. Still kind of sucks. Okay, law 1. So this, let me show you the book. This is the book. De los, as you can see, it's in Spanish, but it's basically the Council of the Indies. Okay, Los Indias Occidentales. Okay, recapitulation de leyes of I don't know what leyes mean of the Indias Occidentales, continent, or whatever. But as you can see, this is the book. I think that is the title page. Yeah, that is the title page. And it's going to be the laws of the council. And so this is going through their table of contents, right? So this is their table of contents. Let me show you some of the stuff. So first thing I do when I get these books, I start translating their table of contents to see what's the best chapter to start in. I'll do that in regular books too, but you got things like on the tribunal of the Holy Office of the Inquisition and its ministers. So they have something to do with the Inquisition, right? On the bulls of the Holy Crusades and its ministers. The Crusades, the Inquisition. What do they do? Okay. I haven't read those particular chapters. And I don't know these, the particulars of the synods, the college on colleges and seminaries. They got laws for them. They got laws for books on the books that may be printed and taken to the Indies. They have laws about what books can you even take over there. Laws, provision of the world letters, on the World Council of the Indies. Okay. More table of contents here. We got carpenters and masters, shipwrights of ships, and of the fleets of the Carrera de las Indias. So, of the seamen of the Carreras of the Indias, of the passengers who go to the Indias, laws against the passengers if you're even going. And we're going to get to some of these laws. Uploading fleets, overseers, whatever, of loading and unloading your fleets, all these laws, whatever, okay? Now let's see if we can find something that's interesting. They have laws here too of the discoveries made by land, of the discoveries made by sea, different shit, right? All kind of stuff. They got laws. So your council of the Indies are people who are writing laws for new lands that get found by people who call those new lands the Indies when they get there. Okay? They even said that Ethiopia was called Indies at one point. Now, one here that I got here, that no books may be printed in the kingdoms and the matters of the Indies unless they have been examined and approved, and unless a license from the Supreme Council of the Indies has been granted. You could not write a book and had that bitch circulated without approval, okay? That no book concerning the affairs of the Indies printed in these kingdoms or elsewhere may be admitted or pass the Indies unless it be reviewed by the Indies. So if you bring a book from the Indies, think about that though. I thought they can't read and write over there. Why would you be worried about them bringing books from a place where people don't read and write and have no written language, right? Why would you need to write up laws about that if you don't think that these people have any kind of written languages and whatever the case, right? But, okay. Now, that was from King Philip III in this capitulation. Let's keep going. What other laws were they about? Y'all hear me over here rolling. It says that no book concerning the affairs of the Indies printed in these kingdoms or elsewhere may be admitted to pass to the Indies unless it has been reviewed by the council. That books printed in the Indies without license be seized and sent to the council. Okay, that's law number 3. Any book found that wasn't approved, we need that thing recalled. All right. Number 3, right, or number 4. It says that in the Indies, books in the language of the Indians may not be printed unless they have been examined by the ordinary, the local bishop, and approved by the audiencia, the high court of this district. Now notice that they don't want you even bringing over any books from the Indies or books or anything written in the Indians language. Why would they do that? Why would they be trying to stop you from writing a book in the Indians language? So wow, they said we had little to no written languages. Exactly, but they over here writing harsh hella laws to try to stop people. See, that's how they do. They put it in books. Everybody, hey, they don't have a language. They don't have a language. But let me go back. Well, I can't go back to that. I'll go back to it later. But that one thing that I read, it says that the Council of the Indies, the purpose they censored Europe for 300 years about what was going on in America. For 300 years, people didn't even know. So by the time you send people over here and you tell them they have no language, they're primitive, they're this, they're that, these people don't know. They gonna believe you. These people are 300 years. That's fucking several generations. 10 plus generations almost in 300 years that have now forgotten what the hell's going on over there, and they've been censoring shit that whole time. So that's why they be like Europe was in the dark ages. Yeah, they were definitely dark. They definitely was dark in knowledge on what was going on in the rest of the world. So it says that the language can be printed. Yeah. It said because they were writing books to fit their narrative while we were enslaved. Exactly. They and any voyager that came over here, all they had to do was change up whatever they wrote. They're gonna read it, approve it, edit it, make their own narrative. So the Council of the Indies was in Spain area, Portugal, Spain area, I believe, something like that. Probably so, because that's King Philip. King Philip of Spain. And so, like if you get books though by like the French, you won't have as much manipulation. That's why like I can find books like Louis Corus, who was French, and I had it up earlier. What happened? Oh yeah, I did change it. Oh no, here it is. The Lewis Course and how he's drawing the Indians, and it's like nobody he drew black folks and whatever and was talking about the Indians, and nobody batted an eye to it because he was from France. And then I started to realize it's in there somewhere. Y'all saw it. I don't want to lose my spot right here, but I will show y'all. I realized that more French books that I started to find were less manipulated, if not not no had no manipulation whatsoever, and you start to find more truth from the French than the Spanish. And even so, you might even look into English, but the English was already on some manipulation shit too. Let's look at some more of these laws real quick from the Council of the Indies. That the Indies, why was my phone on silent? Um, that the Indies books in the language of the Indies may not be printed. Oh, we already read that one. My bad. Okay, let's go to this one. That the archbishops and bishops of the ports instruct their provisioners, ecclesiastical officials, to inspect royal officials' records for the ships so that they may see whether prohibited books are being carried. That right there, I saved it because when your ship pulled up, they gonna check your ship for books. Think about that. Think about that, man. These niggas is serious about some books. You think about like customs, like going through customs today when you're going on a trip overseas or on a boat, on a cruise. They would be checking for goddamn books instead of drugs. Nigga, I see you got a couple books in there, huh? You mind if I take a read and see what that is? Huh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. What's on this book? Indians. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna have to take this book from you. Yeah. 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 We're gonna have to confiscate this. Like, nigga, it's a book. Yeah. 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 We'll give it back altered. Right. Anyway, so that all prohibited and condemned books be collected in the Indies. Basically, again, just reiterating, these niggas was serious about the books. Okay. Said probably holy books too. I'm pretty sure. Well, yeah, they will say that. They're gonna talk about the religion of the other people too. So who taught you octagon? Let me see. French, Dutch, and Portuguese. So they didn't want us to read. Yeah, they didn't want us to read because the narrative, because they were writing books to fit their narrative while we were in. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I said that. I saw that. Grand Rising, Lorena. Grand Rising. Uh, so yeah. Oh, you said it's a Dave Chappelle joke. What did you say? Who taught you octagons? Man, I feel bad. I don't know the reference, and I know me some Dave Chappelle. But let's look at the some more laws that no one native or foreigner of whatever title or condition may pass to the Indies without license from the king and from the officials of the Casa de la Contratation of Seville in those cases where it is required. But long story short, you can't go to the Indies according to them without a fucking license from the king. Okay, not motherfucking just in the official's office. You gotta have it from the king and from whatever the whatever they said, the officials of the casa la whatever. Mm. So this just even further lets you know how controlled the Indies was. Now, most of these decrees didn't start happening until 1560, but it still gives you an idea about how controlled this is, right? Let me just keep looking down here. This law down here says that no reconciled person, nor the son of a grandson or someone burned by the Inquisition, nor condemned heretic may pass to the Indies unless he obtained unless he has attained habilitation. Oh, habilitation to be rehabilitated or habilitated. Um, I never heard of I've always heard the rehabilitate. Never heard habilitate or habilitation, but yeah, that makes sense because re means to do it again. Under penalty of confiscation of goods, and if he has none of 100 lashes, and afterwards still shall be remaining at the mercy of the king. Mm. That no reconciled person nor the son of a grand. Oh, we already read that. That no newly converted Moor nor Jew. Look at that. That no newly converted Moor nor Jew nor the son of one shall pass to the Indies without the express license from the king. Boy, they don't want the black folks going. They didn't want the Moors going, especially if you are newly converted. Notice, I wonder what they mean by newly converted. Likely converted to Christianity, Catholicism. I should say, my bad, Catholicism. That would be your converts, right? So your Catholic, if he was a newly Catholic Moor or a JEW. Now that's important because they knew the people over there in the Indies had a lot of these practices. from those folks. So they wanted to make sure you don't send none of these folks over there, right? Because they'll start writing things and telling people, man, these people act like us, right? And it's funny that they put these people together with these people. Huh. I wonder if they look alike. You know. But let's keep going. Okay, that's about where I stopped on those laws. I probably didn't. I probably started getting into this whole topic. Look, y'all, man. These are people who went to Indian Head School in Greenville. Now, technically, this ain't an Indian school, but more so a school with the name after Indians, which is still kind of weird and funny. But these would be your people who went to that school, which are funny looking people. They're a very funny looking people. And y'all think about it too. Y'all think about them times when look at that person right there. You got one little Spaniard up there. Or somewhat a little darker than others. Or it could really just be shade. Cause they'll try to fool you a little bit, but it may not be shade. It could be a little dark. But these aren't. This ain't an Indian school though. This ain't a real Indian school. When I first was doing this, I thought it was, but no, it's just a bunch of white T folks that got here at some point in time. This is 1920s. So yeah, this would be a bunch of your Ellis Island folks. Yeah, this would be a bunch of your Ellis Island folks. Notice that guy right there. Huh? How come you aren't in How come you aren't in an Indian boarding school? You look like one of those people they call Native Americans, right? Same thing with those last folks. Same thing with that one right there, right? Those people could easily be mistaken, but you know what they could be? He actually looks more like a. Now that I look at him, looks like an Arab. Looks like a goddamn Arab. He almost looks like a Chino, some kind of Chinese, Vietnamese kind of thing going on. None of them have a mixture with us. I don't care. The little melanation they do have, he also could be mixed with. He could be Chinese mixed with um, Hindu. That's where a lot of melanation can with straight hair can come from. You think about what other melanated folks. You said that's a Mexican. Hindu, Abu. Yeah, and that's what you got to wonder why. What are they doing here at this school with these YT folks in 1920s, right? They probably came over on these same boats. See, this is another one, 1930, 1946. And now this one in 1946, you definitely see some Mexicans, right? You definitely see them. But what is a Mexican? Now, some of us, at first glance, we would say that they're just some kind of mixture of people from Mexico. But my opinion, like her, she looks straight Filipino, no mix. Him, they look like Spaniards, like YT Arab Spaniards, because most of those are Arabs. But like your like light skinned Arabs, non harsh face Arabs, like Syrian kind of people. Um, yeah. What's some other folks around? Where's Syria at? Where's Syria? And you know what? I never did finish talking about. Okay, yeah, like your Syrians, your Lebanese folks, your Israel, those folks, your Palestinian folks. Like, let's look up. Let's do a little phenotype check. Palestinian people. Yeah, yeah. You can easily mistake these people for. In fact, their flag almost has the same colors as the Mexico flag. Ain't that something? Hold on now. Am I tripping? Mexico flag. I ain't tripping. Hold on. Flag of Palestine. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Hold up, y'all. Mexico flag, flag of Palestine. Mexico flag, flag of Palestine. Red and green, right? Red, green, white, right? But they added the black for whatever reason, right? But I find that very funny. And when you look at the folks, like I said, you would call that a Mexican, right? We would all call that a Mexican. Little did we know they could come from Palestine. They could come from Lebanon. They could come from anybody in that area. Because that Arab right here, he's different from your Afghanistan people. He's different from some of these more harsh faced folk. Now, he could almost, some of these folks could almost pass. They also have red, green, and black, as you can see, right? They don't have the white in there. Some of these folks could still also pass for Mexicans, right? But they're a little bit more harsh faced, right? Look at that weird looking dude. But they're a little bit more harsh faced. But also, let's look at your Iraqi people. You could almost somewhat mistake some of these folks for if that guy, if any of these guys would mate with a YT European, the offspring of that you would think is a Mexican. They would get a little bit of melanation. They would keep the straight hair. They would gain some different kind of phenotype. And you would think, we would think that was a Mexican. That would be kind of like what one would look like. He looks like he's a YT mixed with an Arab. He looked like French Montana's little cousin, you know? That they got doodoo in the finger. I saw that. 1930, the same year, mulatto, quadroons, octoroons was removed. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That's even further flattening the people. Mm. Just did speak. Yeah, I wonder if some so what we see here is your Iraqs, your Afghans, your Palestinians and all that, right? They could be these people too. You know, and they also could just be normal people from people that made it to Spain. If we look up people from Spain, you got to do it that way. They also could be your direct people from Spain, but even people from Spain are not originally from there. They're really Arabs too. Just in my opinion, they're just even further whitewashed Arabs. You know, when you keep mixing some of them whites with some of them other looking folks, you get something like that. He's white. He looked like his name could be Kyle, but at the same time, he looked like his name could be Travasky or some shit. Not whatever their names be over there. And no, he got a Spanish name, so like Cavazon or some shit. You know what I'm saying? His first name could be White. His last name is that's what it would be too. First name is William. Last name Cavazon. That's how it be. And look at this guy over here from Spain. Look at that Spain guy, right? So and when you think about it, when you look at a map, when you look at a map, your more harsh faced Arabs, that's what I'm gonna call them. Your more harsh faced, true to face Arabs are gonna be here. And as people start going this way, Arabs, you start seeing white features. Let's look at people in Romania compared to people in France. White, right? That's going to give us an idea of what I'm talking about. Romanian people. Romanian people look like they could be mixed, right? A little Arab, a little YG, right? Right? They're about halfway in between the fucking real harsh face, true to lives, and your friends, right? But then when you go to France, what do French people look like? People from France. See what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? See what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? A lot more YT. Some look like they can. Some like these first two I just showed. They look like they can somewhat be a quadroon, like a quadroon, goddamn YT, damn Arab. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't know. It's hard for us to know these things. These people have been mixing and playing games for a minute, but they've been mixing a lot. Now we haven't been mixing a lot with folks. They want us to think we've been mixing, but basically, I mean, you literally somewhat see you got your harsh face folks, and some of them spread to here, some of them there, right, and then some there. But a lot of these would be your Mexicans, even over to towards Spain, right, going all the way over there, because a lot of these people kind of occupied this zone, right. Morocco eventually became overrun by a bunch of fucking Arab people, and Egypt has a bunch of light skinned Arabs. All these places, Libya, a bunch of light skinned Arabs. Let's look at Libyan people. Motherfucking Muammar Gaddafi looked weird to me. He did some cool shit, but he looked weird. Uh, Libyan people, and they all got a red and green in their motherfucking flags and black. There's something to that. There's something definitely to that. I get it. We don't have a lot of colors to choose from: red, green, blue, yellow, white, orange, pink, gray. Some other colors. They could pick some other colors. Um, who are these? Oh, Libyan people. So, um, your Libyan people today, of course, look like they could just be any other Arab that was over there. A little less harsh faced on some of them, but you also got some that look like that. Okay. You also possibly got some that look like this, right? But they also are overrun by a bunch of people who do this, right? A bunch of people who look like that, right? And of course, we know these people aren't natural to the place. They were created just like YT were created. You know what I mean? How that all happened, it just kind of depends. But uh, but we'll get off of that. I don't know why I'm on this. Oh, I was on this because of this. We were looking at these. So now when we look at these people, like some of these people look like more like she looked like she'd be more Japanese or Chinese. Because again, now we went through a bunch of Arab looking people. Now you got to go, if you really want to know Chinese people, you got to cycle through your Vietnamese. And we've done this before. Your Vietnamese, your Koreans, your Chinese, your Japanese, your Mongolians, your Siberians, like where in order to actually know, you really got to look at all of them and be like, oh, you one of them. Oh, she right here for sure Filipino. I've seen too many Filipinos not to know that. Him right there, he looks like Chinese, your regular Chinese to me. Him right here. I think he's like a Arab white guy, to be honest. Same thing somewhat with him. She is kind of hard to pay, probably just mostly YT and a hint of something. A hint of something. Same thing with these folks. How does they feel after 1930 they finished YT and mixing the end of the Reconstruction era. Yeah, they was mixing amongst themselves. Now we wasn't mixing with them hardly. There wasn't that many mulattoes. It was like 400,000 mulattoes and then another 3 million normal blacks, and even some of those mulattoes were probably misclassified and just looked at as mulattoes. But they was mixing amongst themselves a lot, amongst other YT folks and all that. They damn sure was. Quadroon era, I can see it. And when y'all think about it too, this may be a little bit they definitely look mixed. When you think about it too, this may just be me being, a little whatever, but you know, the universe, ancestors, God, whatever you want to call it, gave American blacks, and I don't know, maybe other black people somewhere else might be like this too, but I don't know. But they gave us specific phalluses. You know what I'm saying? Of a particular length and girth. You know what I'm saying? And that really, really, really attracts our women and keep them on our side. You know what I'm saying? So when the YTs want to come mix in with the American Indians, they really run into problems. Not only do they have to get rogam shots and stuff like that, but when they run into one of our women and they want to swoon them and they want to, you gonna have to convince that girl that she really loves you and not that 2 inch you got. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Mm. It's like the universe gave us the things we needed, me specifically too, but the things we needed in order to keep our women and our bloodline pure. You know what I'm saying? I'm just throwing that out there because ain't no way in the goddamn hell all these white folks. Now, if all these white folks would have came over here and they was hung like horses, we might have had a problem. Well, we wouldn't have had a problem because we also are on the same tip. But I'm gonna get off of this. But I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? We ain't got a problem with all that. I think that made it easier for our women to choose wisely. You know what I'm saying? And just imagine if our women was to choose the wrong men and they wiped us out of existence through intermarriages, that means the whole world would now be like 2 to 3 to 4 inches long. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to fuck the big dicks out of existence. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? You want us around. You got to keep us around. You know what I'm saying? Even if for fun, even if you don't want a nigga, look. Even if you on the girl side of the game, the LG side of the game as a woman. I'm gonna get off this. You still sometimes want to dabble with a nigga. Don't play games with me. You know what I'm saying? I know how it is. Y'all like to have a little something to play with. Anyway, all right, let me get off that topic. But these people, they had a good time mixing it together. They didn't give a damn, nigga. They all the same. Yeah, yours matches mine. Go ahead and come on in. She couldn't feel it either. Anyways, all right. So, yeah. So these people didn't mind. You know what I'm saying? And we damn sure didn't mix with these folks. That's why you see these folks looking unmixed because everybody will tell you. Now, this is the 1920s, y'all. And people will keep telling you that we all mix, we all mix. You see nothing but people who have not mixed with us. They ain't mixed with us. Ain't nobody sitting here with curly hair. I mean, that's not curly. That's that tap tease, that little whatever they do to the hair, like with rollers and not the way we do it, but whatever they do to give their hair a little volume to try to act like us, because that's really what it is. Their hair doesn't do that naturally. Like when we comb our hair out, it automatically poofs out like that, and you know what I'm saying. In many cases, some of our women, unless you want that to be the style, you're trying to get it to be straighter, so then you'll throw a hot comb on that bitch. But this is, in my opinion, this is them trying to have an attempt to be us back in the days. Because their hair ain't got no volume. It ain't got no life in it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So, yeah, none of these people, look at it. None of these people, none of these kids look mixed with anything other than themselves. That's why I be like, this whole mulatto thing, that's some new shit, in my opinion, dude, to be honest. I think a lot of the mulattoes that were classified mulatto back then were misclassified. They would have classified me as a goddamn mulatto, to be honest. They would have classified my dad as a mulatto. He's even lighter than me. They would have classified my mom's sister as a mulatto. And my mom is dark. Her sister was very light, almost damn near one of these people's color. But everybody's got black features. Everybody's completely so-called black. This is my mom. All right. I wish I got the photo of her next to her sister somewhere. I just can't think in my head where the hell I got it. Let me see if I got a folder called family on here. I think it's on my phone, but hold on. I think I do have it. I think I do. And one thing I want us to notice, if I can find this, is the variety of shades, looks, and everything our people have compared to other people. Like people really be looking like goddamn NPC lemmings, whatever the fuck, clones, fucking whatever out in this bitch. In my opinion, I may not. Hold on, I'm looking. I guess I don't have it on here. Oh, here it is. Here it is. All right. So I want to show you their parents. Okay. First off, that's my mom's parents. My grandma is about my shade. My papa, I'm named after him. I'm born on his birthday. He's about my mom's shade. My mom's right there to the right. That's my mom's shade. That's my dad. This is my mom and my dad. Okay. My dad's shade is a bit lighter than me. Okay. He's a bit lighter than me. It's kind of hard in this photo because it's, older photo. Everything kind of has a certain color hue to it. But that's my mom and that's my dad. All right. Now look at this. That's my mom's sister. Okay. But that's the color she looks like in this photograph, right? That's my mom's sister. Same person, but to the left. On the left, my mom to the right. Now notice my moms both came from the same parents. Somebody would look at her and call her mulatto. They would put her on the census as a mulatto, even though these are her parents. And that just goes to show you that they don't know how these American Indians are. And my folks have were grown up in all black towns in Oklahoma. That means they had at least uh, 3 generations, 3 to 4 generations from the removal of coming from Mississippi area, Alabama area, in Oklahoma, where they were only mixing with black folks. And even then, prior to then, they were just mixing with other Indians. Okay, but that they made these folks. Now, this is my grandma. That's my grandma right there. Same grandma, right? These are her siblings. Okay? That nigga dark. He darker than Wesley Snipes. Okay? My Uncle Tommy. Super dark. Okay? And his son came out super dark. But they all came from the same parent. What's up, Candace? What's up, everybody? I didn't even look down there. Son does things to us. Not the sun. The sun doesn't do anything to us. I get what you're saying. It tans us up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Let me not say that. It'll tan us and untan us, but it has no effect on our genes or on the skin tone you get when you're born. Let me put it that way. But it does have an effect on how we look like right now. So to be honest, yeah, I will say that. Like, how can I show y'all my real color without me messing up my fucking thing? Like, and it probably would be hard, and I probably can't even see it. Nah, you can't see it. This is my color, and I don't want to. Like, I do have a tan right now on my arm, and I was gonna show y'all my tan line, but I ain't trying to do all that. That's a little extra. I had to go. I'm gonna have to lift the shirt back. All this other shit. No, I do got a tan line. Uh, Say, Jay, it's genetics. My siblings and I range in complexity. Exactly. Peace. What's up, I'm gonna just call you Nation. Oh, Saponi Nation. I can't pronounce the other word, but what up with you? The same with my mom and her siblings. Yep. Jay said health. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. It has an effect on the shades we get, the shades we may be throughout the our lifetime. Summertime we're gonna look a little bit more darker. Wintertime we may not look as dark if you ain't in the sun that much, or if you're always never in the sun, you probably look more whatever your skin tone is. So it has that kind of effect. But as far as this effect, this is all natural. This is how we produce. And they all have different looks. You know what I'm saying? They look somewhat like siblings, but have their own looks. And the reason why I'm saying that, just to get back to what we were looking at, is a lot of these people when they're born, in my opinion, um, like there's not a lot of variety, is what I'm getting at. It's not a lot of variety in looks. Definitely not a variety of shades, right? They damn near can't produce zero other shades besides pale, a little bit more pale, and damn that motherfucker pale. That's about the only shades the three shades they got. But but also in looks, like look at their facial features. Like it's not that I would think that they all came from the same person. It's just that there just isn't a lot of variety going on. You know what I'm saying? And I also say that about our voices and our so think about I'm gonna make a video about this. I need to get back to making some damn content. But so what we looking at? Pinterest? Why would your name be Pinterest? You better hope they don't. Of course, they ain't gonna sue you, but you know, it's just weird. So what we looking at? It looks like you, according to your avatar. If I put your avatar next to these folks, it looks like we're looking at you. Not much melatonin, none at all. And so, one thing to think is what I was going to say a video about is we are the people that have different tones in our voice. Like when you listen to Native Americans speak, they sound one of two ways. They either sound, and maybe one of three ways, not that many. So they either sound like a Mexican, right? They get on here sounding just like a Mexican. Hey man, blah 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 blah. You know what? I can't sound like a Mexican. Or they sound like a Hawaiian YT something, right? Yeah, bro. Yeah, my people are whatever, whatever. I can't do that either. Or they sound like maybe they might sound like your normal YT Californian person. You know, a little cowabunga white dude kind of shit. Those are like your maximum, I would say, dialects of a Native American. Now, when you talk about us, every time I'm on panels, I be thinking about, not every time, but sometimes when I'm on panels, like I was on one yesterday with Jim Dropper. It was C3 on there, Jim Dropper was on there, Gerbil was on there, and a couple others. And you're listening to these voices, and you got Jim Dropper from Cali, sounded just like a Cali nigga. You know what I'm saying? I can't do a Cali voice, but they got this kind of like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of who. You know, like y'all know what Cali niggas sound like. If I was to tell you, right? Then you listen to C3. She got this Southern voice. You know, this Southern dialect. You listen to mine. I got this Oklahoman like dialect. I'm country, but yeah, it's kind of weird. Midwest country. You listen to Gerbil, she sounds completely different. I don't know where she lives in the United States now, but you know, we all know she's Haitian, but she has her influence. Soft spoken. But then listen to other people. Um, you know, Prince Dread sounds like almost like because he's from Cali too. All your Cali folks sound like Cali folks. You know what I'm saying? Different things. Your New York folks, we know. Jersey folks got a certain dialect. Fucking Memphis folks got their dialect. Surfer Du Bois, yep. Memphis folks got their dialect. We have a wide variety of vocal prints. Exactly. So you got to think us having, and we also have different ways that we pronounce these words and different things. Some of it might be even the same words. We also have different words that we use for with similar meanings. We call it slang. Like my slang word, I remember back in the day we used to be like, "Oh man, y'all getting clowned," and then my cousins from Cali had came in. They was like, "Y'all say clowning, we say you bagging on somebody," and then somebody be like, "Bagging, we say you ragging." And then it could be different, you know what I'm saying? Just depending on where you're at. Now you start to think about who was really the people who had different languages when they showed up in this bitch. Because if who has the ability to have that? Because if all the Native Americans only have about three goddamn dialects throughout, no matter where you find them, what are the motherfuckers from Canada? Sometimes they might say a little bit, but other than that, they still sound like your goddamn Alaskan natives that are in Oregon, which still sound like the fake ones down there in the the motherfucking on the East Coast. I mean, on the West Coast. Anybody on the West Coast, North Montana Indians, whatever, they gonna sound like your Athabascan, Alaskan, whatever the fucks. And anybody on the southern part coming up from the Mexico area are gonna sound like your Mexicans. All your Paiute, or not Paiutes, that's more north. Your Apaches, Navajos, and fucking all that weirdo shit. All that shit is fucking Mexicans coming up. And same thing with the Seminoles. Seminoles down there in the south, Mexicans. But when you look up in the north, northeast, a lot of those folks typically look YT. A lot of the YT folks took over a lot of those tribes. So really, that's what you have. You have a YT focused area, Alaskan Native focused area, a bunch of fakes, and a bunch of fake Mexicans, which are a bunch of fakes. But with us, you literally have a diversity of dialects, and those would be eventually be listed as different languages. In many cases, when you listen or read these voyagers, when they go from town to town of different village to village of Indians or cities, sometimes they call them cities, they would say that, okay, these people sound very similar to these people. They just have some differences. So they put you in a slightly different category because, yes, you sound different. You got different words, but y'all words are similar to these people's words. And every time I read those things, I'm like, nigga, that's exactly what it is today. Right? That's exactly what it is today. So we're going to get back to, I done got way off in the weeds. Let me first delete all this shit. I want to get back on the topic of, yeah, I know why we got to that because old girl was talking about her being. Yeah, I done been from one thing to the next to the next to the next. So that's how I go. We're gonna go back to the African topic, African Dred Scott case, because I I don't need these up. I will leave the amendments up, the Dred Scott case up. I didn't think much about the Dred Scott case. You would always hear people talking about the Dred Scott case. I'll close that out. And for those who want to know, your boy did get that coupe. I was supposed to actually. I went up there to get it. And for those who don't know, I'm gonna show y'all, man, because your boy happy. Okay, I could be happy. All right, hold on. I went up there yesterday to get it. Got all checked out. Got everything ready to go to get it and shit. And then they said a parking sensor on it. Yeah, that motherfucking nice, ain't it? That motherfucking nice, ain't it? I can't wait to drive it. I'm so mad I can't drive it right now. I'm gonna show you the front end. So I ended up getting that, and but the a parking sensor was malfunctioning on it, and they didn't want me to take it until they ordered the damn parking system and get it fixed. Talking about it can be a safety hazard. I'm mad than a bitch, nigga. I don't want to. I didn't go through all this to sit here and do all that. Now I can't even drive the shit. That's dope. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm just letting y'all know I ain't bragging or nothing. Just those who were on here yesterday in the morning, they were seeing me because I was going back and forth trying to figure out what the hell I wanted to choose while I was on my live stream yesterday. Yeah. So, anyways, Dred Scott. Now, to be honest, I've heard about the Dred Scott case, right? I don't remember what the hell it was about. The only thing I can kind of remember was like maybe like no black man has no rights that a white man is supposed to whatever. Like I don't know, but I know it was a major case, right? And I know y'all have heard of it, and people be like, oh, they would either people are trying to overturn. No, people be trying to overturn. What's that other one? The board Brown versus somebody. The case that has to do with school or something like that. Brown versus the Board of Education or something. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, I like to see people doing good too, man. So it was about jurisdiction. Now, see, does anybody else know what if I was to ask y'all, if y'all don't mind letting me know, because I can't remember. What do y'all think the Dred Scott case was mostly about? Now, old boy Belt says it was about jurisdiction. What do y'all think the Dred Scott case was about? Appreciate Tamara. Yeah, your boy's excited. I appreciate that. When I get to drive it, I'll be even more excited. But yeah, no, I'm happy, man. I'm happy. And y'all can also see, man, your boy had paper. Your boy got money. It had money because I still got my other bins. I got my. For those who don't know what other bins I got. Well, me, I probably do. Y'all see it in my damn avatar. But it's my GLE, and it's also black too. See cover photo. That's my GLE bins, and it gets to now sit next to my black on black goddamn E class coat. Yeah, your boy happy. I ain't even gonna lie about it. Self stay bins done exactly. And y'all know motherfuckers have came on my shit. You broke. You just be out here broke talking Indian shit, and then they be mad as hell when a nigga pull out a key fob. Now when I pull out two key fobs on they bitch ass, now they ain't really gonna look stupid. I don't care about your business. I can have two business too if I want. Yeah, next time don't talk no shit. Okay? You don't know what the hell I got going on. I'm teaching my people. Let me teach my people. You over here talking about I'm broke. Said tax write off or what? No, I just really love, well, to be honest, it's always good to have two vehicles. For redundancy. I'm self-employed. I've been having my own business for the past 5 years. So you always want to when you've been self-employed, everything in your life you want redundancies because you have no steady paycheck. Now my shit's been steady business forever. I mean for this 5 years. Don't get me wrong, I've had a couple of slow times, but luckily I've been maintained. But like Uh, but you want redundancies. You know what I'm saying? So having two, you definitely don't want to never not have a vehicle. It's already bad enough if you don't have a vehicle and you have to get to work and this and that and the third, whatever. But if you don't have a vehicle and your business, and that now you be risking clients that may not come back or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So one, you need that redundancy. And you never know. You could look. You may need to be out there because you can't be sitting around for a week because you need some money. You live and pay, not really paycheck to paycheck, but payment to payment almost. I done been there too. Shit, still sometimes get to that point. I hate when I get a little too low. I be like, oh damn, man. So don't get me wrong, I ain't just rolling in dough right now, but your boy stay pretty decent. And I've had good, decent bread, you know what I'm saying, for some time. And I just want, my people to know that too. So y'all know that I do eventually plan to start doing like documentaries and stuff like that. And, I probably will get, a decent amount of money from that. But I want people to know I'm not doing this for money. I never did do this for money. I'm not gonna do a bunch of documentaries and not put it out there, but at least when I do it, it's gonna be like $5. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't finna be putting no documentary out there for like $20, $40 for you to watch or some shit like that. No, it'd be like $5. You know what I'm saying? But if I can get shit 10,000 people to motherfucking stream that bitch for $5, you know what I'm saying? That's a nice little payday. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. So you can y'all understand, your boy ain't doing this for the pay. But at the same time, I will accept, a little currency exchange from my folks, you know what I'm saying, for the work. But I'm also gonna be putting a lot of work into it, a lot of money into these things. Like I'm gonna start. I appreciate that. What's up, Michi Rose? And Daddy-O. What up, Daddy-O? But I'm gonna start. She said, "Are you going to take the write off? I mean, the new one for the new car?" Yeah, yeah. If I were to tell you the truth, look. Let me. I'll tell you the truth on the back end, okay? About that situation. But we'll say, yeah, okay. Yeah, that whole tax thing. Yeah. We'll just say. We'll just say yeah. You gonna have to read between my yes. will gladly pay you for your services. Man, you ain't out here in are you in Dallas, Crewat? I don't think you in Dallas. Mm. At the gig, just tap it in with you, listen to it. Yeah, that's what's up. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Get it in the morning, man. Put in that work. Look, I ain't got nothing against workers. I'm 42. I've only been self employed the past 4 or 5 years. No, I've been a worker my whole life, and that's where you gain your skills. As a man, if you don't now that ain't the only place you can gain skills. Let me not say that. You can still gain skills just learning some shit on the internet and finding some skills out. But like to get paid and find skills, like I was a cable worker for a while. You say you right up the street? Oh, in Houston, man, I'm gonna have to fuck with you one day. Um, Excuse me. I think there's some people in Houston I want to interview, and I might end up making a drive out there. Once I get this, I didn't feel like driving a lot in my GLE. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I love the GLE. But when I get this Cooper, nigga might just be driving just to drive. All right, nigga, I'm heading to California tomorrow. Not just but I might come out to Houston just to be driving, man. And but I do want to get these interviews in. Houston, Louisiana. I want to try to get out there, see if I can get some interviews from Chief Warhorse and some other folks. And while I go to these places, I'll be like looking for mounds and places to get video at ancient sites. So it's like I plan on going to the city, look for any ancient sites that might be there to get a little bit of video at. You know what I'm saying, to make shit look a little bit more exciting, and then get my interviews and leaving. And I'm gonna go to several different cities. So I'm about to start that this upcoming year. I had to get all my shit together, get everything in place, get my money up, all that good shit, and I should be doing that. Mm. But I was about to say something else, but I forgot. But okay, on the Dred Scott thing, let's get back to that, man. Um, the Dred Scott thing. What? Why did I even get on this? Well, okay, I'm back to having too many tabs open, but let me see if I can find. Okay, now some of y'all were with me when I was reading this. Let me go to the first page, one page six. While we was reading this, now this is called the Slave Code of the District of Columbia in the Library of Congress, written on notebook paper like a motherfucker. But this they got the one that's transcribed, but I like to read this one. Um, Now on page six, there was a particular clause. Now this is the title, and then to the right is the actual reasoning. It says an African admitting his ancestors to have been slaves. His ancestors have been slaves is not a citizen to the U.S. Now, some of y'all were on my live stream when I read this, but I'm gonna read this real fast for the people who weren't, and we're gonna see why am I bringing this up about the Dred Scott case. The plaintiff, having admitted to his demurrer to the plea in abatement that his ancestors were imported from Africa, now he admitted to that, and sold as slaves, he is not a citizen of the state of Missouri according to the Constitution of the United States and was not entitled to sue in that character in the circuit court. If, therefore, the facts that he states, not the facts that are the facts that he states do not give him or his family a right to freedom, but the facts that he states do not give him or his family a right to freedom, the plaintiff is still a slave and not entitled to sue as a citizen. And the judgment of the circuit court was erroneous on the grounds also without any reference to the plea in abatement. So what is this saying? It said that case was a plant. So what is this saying? Oh, you can't see. Can I zoom in? There you go. So what this is saying is if you admit, notice they didn't say if your ancestors came from Africa. It says if you admit your ancestors came from Africa, you're suing in that character. What is a character? A character is like a character in a game, right? Like you have now changed yourself to a whole different character by admitting your ancestors came from Africa when you really came from here. But your character is showing that you're not a person from here. It's showing that you're saying you're an African. And that's why it says by admitting it again, and they said the facts that he states, the facts that he stated. He stated that it's a fact that he admits to being an African. Now, why is that important? Well, it makes him not a citizen. He wasn't able to sue. Now, we can find a real world case of this, but before we get to that, the Dred Scott case. Why am I on the Dred Scott case? Well, when I Googled the top phrase, the plaintiff having admitted by his demurrer that the plea and abatement that his ancestors were imported from Africa, I literally typed that into Google. Let me see. I'm going to do it right now. The plaintiff that has admitted that his ancestors had came from Africa. Let me see if that'll do it. That's kind of paraphrasing it, but it said, you see what it pulled up? The Dred Scott case. That's how I found it. I said the Dred Scott case. So then I opened up the Dred Scott case. And I typed in the word Africa. And I came down. And where is it at? Where is it at? I may have to type it in again. Right here. That's exactly where they got it from. They got it from the Dred Scott case. Let me move this down. The plaintiff, having admitted by his demurrer to the plea and abatement that his ancestors were imported from Africa and sold as slaves, he is not a citizen to the state of Missouri according to the Constitution of the United States and was not entitled to sue in that character in the circuit court because he admitted it. And admitting that you are a immigrant, right? That's what they're admitting as a slave coming from Africa, regardless if you want to be like, well, they stole me. I didn't have a choice. By admitting it, that makes you an immigrant because you don't know for sure if it did, or the slave trade may not be as what you think it was. You would still be an immigrant. Now, if you were to look up the reason why I asked you what was the Dred Scott case about, that's not how they worded up here. Up here it says, hey, in the ruling of the U.S. Supreme Court, it's trickery wording because they don't want you to know about that other phrase down below, in my opinion. But this is how, because everybody's a title. Not everybody. A lot of people are headline readers, right? And they ain't going to read the fine print. Most people never read the fine print, right? That's always a running joke. In this ruling, the Supreme Court stated that enslaved people were not citizens. Notice the switch up. Africans are not citizens, but they say enslaved people. But that's trickery because we know that enslaved people could be Indians who are citizens, right? So it's some trickery. They don't want to list the African part. Let's keep reading. That enslaved people were not citizens and therefore could not expect any protection from the federal government or the courts. African immigrants are not citizens and should not expect any protection from the courts. Not enslaved people, because it is the admittance of being an African which put them in the character of being an immigrant, regardless of how your ass was brought here. If you can prove yourself came over on a slave ship, technically, you still wouldn't be a damn citizen, technically. Now, what they will try to say, we're going to get to it, birthright citizenship, right? I know that's what people are going to say. Let me see what y'all been saying out here real quick. He alienated himself. Anything you can say, you talking about, boy. Wow, this is deeper than I really thought. You are who you say you are. Right? Right, Kruat? Yeah. Plaintiff in error. They just gave us one option. Right? Right. But it's just like basically admitting to being an immigrant. Now, we would want to say, and we're gonna get to it, the birthright citizenship. We will want to say that after birthright citizenship, it's fair to say that, hey, since they stole you off the coast, that it would be fair for them to say that you are now a citizen, especially since you're under their jurisdiction. But we'll get to that. It says, so when they called black people, they say people say they've been slaves, they cannot be citizens. So when so-called black people say they've been slaves, they cannot. No, to a degree, Daddy-O, you can be I wouldn't say, well, if you say black, you possibly could, because they've changed the definition of black to mean, and it's funny when they did it. Let's look at that. They changed the definition around the same time they were changing definitions for a lot of shit. Around the same time they were doing treaties, all kind of shit. Changes in the 1800s on purpose. Okay, so this is from 1797, a dictionary, and in 1797, this particular dictionary said black was a black color, mourning, a blackamoor, that part of the eye which is black, to make black, black and blackamoor, right? So that's 1797, right? Let's look at another one. This is a Spanish to English translation. The word Negro translates to blackamoor, right? Same thing. Here's 1797. Negro meant blackamoor. Let me find. That's a blackamoor. Another one, another dictionary with the word black. You start getting some changes. Let's see. To blacken. I think it's on the page before. Black rod, black monks. You know what? Let me do this. Let me do this. That is black, Negro. Damn it. Okay, here they go. I had a time where I was doing a bunch. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So now this dictionary, what year is this dictionary? Damn it. I think it's like 18 something. And it would say it down here. I didn't fucking get the damn screenshot. But this is where you start seeing differences to black. Now, one, it includes the old version of black, which wasn't in some of those older dictionaries, which is wan, livid, pale, blacken, become pale, to turn white, to become black, to blacken, uh, isolate, to expose to the sun, or to bleach. Okay, if you leave something out to the sun in the sun too long, I believe it does turn white. Or I think like soot. If you burn something too long, kind of like this. If you burn something too long, not only are the ashes black, but they're also white. Okay, as y'all can tell, somewhere, or we would say a grayish color, right? What comes out of the darkness, the black, is a pale or a whitish color. So that was also sallow, means bleak, bleach, to bleach, all these things. The primary sense is to become, seems to be pale, wan, or sallow. from which has preceded the present variety of significations. Now they added that in there, but that was its old etymological meaning. Notice that it didn't include the etymological meaning on the previous dictionary things because most people were utilizing it by that time to speak of a certain color of black, right? Of the color of night, destitute of dark, darkened by the clouds, as the heavens, black as the clouds, sullen, to have cloudy, blah, 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 right? None of this says anything about Africa, though, right? That doesn't happen until a certain time. We'll see if we can find it. See if I got my what you call it here. Looked up the stuff about Moors, Negro, Wan. If you want to know what Wan means, Wan and Salo. If it says Wan and Salo under black, to fail, to wane, pale, that is deficient in color, allied probably to wane or whatever, weak, white, white. Wan means white, so black technically means white in its old school form, which means like the whitest part of my ashes, right? Right? Okay. The primary sense is to become withdraw. The primary sense is to withdraw or depart, pale, having a sickly hue. Okay, in Sallow. In Sallow, I probably got that. Oh yeah, here's Sallow. Must be on the next page. Sallow. Having a yellowish color of a pale, sickly color, tinged with a dark yellow. Okay, tinged with a dark yellow, as a sallow skin. So that's kind of what black meant in its old form. But I want to find the one where when they finally start to say it's Africa. I don't know why the hell. It must be further down right here. See, I got so many different ones: slave, master. I had a time where I was looking up a bunch of stuff. Freeman, master, dependent, slave, uh, Slav, master. I need to go back through that stuff. I guess I don't have the. There's one black that I had in here that um, starts to say, "Oh, of any other races of Africa, blah blah blah." That happened like mid 1800s. Is what I was really trying to get at. And then I'm gonna get back to this Dred Scott thing. It kind of sucks because I figured I would be able to find the damn thing that fast, and for some reason I can't even find it. Goddamn, I got every definition but that goddamn definition. And I would have thought it would have been on this one. Let me just look up a little bit more. That's whack. I mean, if we look into the modern dictionary, we can see it. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted to show you like that switch up time, like because that's when it's important. Because then you got to ask questions. Why'd you switch it up? If it never had Africa listed as a definition under black, talking about any of the races of Africa, maybe if I type that in, any race Africa, will that work for you, boy? No, man, I'm not seeing any definitions. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find it for y'all. Um, I'm kind of curious, man. I'm really curious. I think I have a dictionary. I have a few dictionaries saved. 1828. I think it might be the 1828 dictionary that changed it, but it might have been later than 1828. BLE, Blackberry. Go to the next page. Oops. Nah, I think this is gonna have the one I showed y'all. Yeah, this is 1828. So 1828 was the year that I showed y'all. Let me go to the next page because it does continue. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, in 1828, they still wasn't talking about black meaning anything African. It's gonna be like 1860s. Let me see if I have that save, that dictionary save. 1828, 1800, 1797, 1700, 1623. Let me click this one that says 1800. I don't think that's really 1800. No, that's 1828. That's still the same. That's the other side of the 1828. I'm gonna do this because I am curious, real quick. American Dictionary. Oh no. English Dictionary, and we're gonna look between the years of the 1800s. At least after 1828, because we know that. So we'll look at those. Let's see. Standard English Dictionary, that's 1889. Let me look and see if there's anything in the 1860s, 1853. Young Scholars Latin Dictionary, 1871. Chinese English, New English Dictionary, 1855. French, 1859. English to English Dictionary, 1859. What is that? Why would you do English to English? That don't even make no sense. And it looks weird. No, that's not what I want. Well, let's just do one of these. Sanskrit English Dictionary, 1856. Sanskrit English Dictionary, 1851. To be honest, it may not have changed until goddamn 1900. To be honest with you, really, these dictionaries look kind of whack. Yeah, this is Sanskrit, nigga. What the fuck? Greek. I can't even find just a regular dictionary between these years. English dictionary, 1893. This ain't no goddamn dictionary, man. Y'all playing with me. The new English dictionary, historical principles. No. Let me take the word English off and just put dictionary. They bullshit. It might be like American dictionary or some other shit. Oh shit. It changed the years on me. Fuck it. 1900, 1800, or 1828. All right. Yoruba dictionary. I give a fuck about no Yoruba. I don't want to go in there and read some oogla boogla doogla. I don't need to read that shit. This ain't gonna do it either, but let me look up the word black in here anyway. BLL right there, black. Black, destitute of life, so that's the old version. Dismissal, whatever, threatening, selling, whatever, maliciously, destitute of whiteness, destitute of the light of whiteness, the dark color, black pigment, black art. Nothing about an African, okay? Nothing still about an African, and we're looking at 1895, and this one in particular. Maybe it's not till the 1900 dictionaries when that motherfucker started saying that. And that even more so makes you have to think, why? Why? Why you changing it in 1900? A dictionary. Yeah, they ain't even got that many dictionaries from this time frame in between here and there. A dictionary of the English language, 1881. 1881. Let's see if we can find. They had the word chamois, chamois, black. Real simple on the black on this one. Black, destitute of light, very dark or gloomy, darkest color, a Negro to make black to blacken. They talked about a Negro, didn't say anything about an African. Okay, so we still ain't seen nothing about an African. I think I'm gonna have to go to a 1900s dictionary. If I'm remembering correctly, it may have been the 1900s when they actually fucking changed it. Because I had looked at lots of dictionaries, just like I'm doing now back in the day. A dictionary of people, Punjabi. Yeah, I'm not really seeing too many other. An American English Dictionary Language, 1857. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. The way that these definitions look, I can already tell you it's probably going to be a shortened version, or it ain't going to have the African shit in it. I can already tell you. Come on now. Goodness. Okay, here we go. Blessed. Black. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Blackish. Black. Did that say what I see? Think it said? It said what I thought it said, y'all. But it's talking about a fowl, some some, animal. But you know, sometimes my woman, I mean the women, I don't have a woman. I've got friends, but sometimes they think I'm an animal. But same definition, black, 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 black. Nothing had again. I just want y'all to really see that you gonna have to really search to find that black really meant African. It didn't really mean it. We're gonna go now. Let's go past 1900. I bet it's like 1920s or something like that. To be honest, let me clear the filters. Dictionary. We'll say American or English dictionary. And we'll look for just like early 1900s. Let me just do that so I don't have to go through all these. We'll do 1870 to 1930, 1946. Oxford English Dictionary in 1933. Let's see what they say about the word black. In fact, it looks like they have it in different volumes. What the hell is this? I guess this is it. All right. Let me get a little closer. It's hard to read that. BE? Oh, that's BE. Okay. I think that's, yeah, beginning. Okay. BLAHIJKL. All right, I ain't been looking down my bad, y'all. And every once in a while, I look. When I got too much dead time, I'll look at the count to make sure my shit didn't go down. Be like, all right, let me stop this shit. Let me get off that, man. Y'all don't want to see this. But nah, y'all sticking in there with me on this. Let me get to this damn definition. God damn it. How many BEs are there? Okay, now. Okay, LBCHIJKL. We almost there. We almost there. We're gonna. This might be the one because this definitely looks like it's a lot more fuller of a book. So they probably done added in shit like a motherfucker. All right, now all these pages. You would have thought I would have been past the B eyes. Okay, here we go. Yeah, and black was right there. Yep, black is gonna be a long definition now. Where is it at? So it says it at the top right here, but I got to start finding the beginning of it. Damn, where does it start? Here it is. This motherfucker's pages. What the hell? Okay, let's go through this. This might be kind of interesting. I don't never seen nobody that need that many pages to explain this shit. Okay, hold up. It says black. Okay, we got that one. A word of difficult history. Huh? Let's hold on. Forms Blake. Right. All the Blakes. Okay. A word of difficult history in Old English. found also as the metrics show, or no, as the meters show, or something, with long vowel Blake or Blaze, Blakian, and thus confused with Blake, shining white. Uh, OTU, I don't know what that means. Blakeo, Blake, is shown by the fact that the latter also occurs with short vowel Blake. Look, I ain't never seen nothing break this down like this on the etymology. The two words are often distinguishable only by the context and sometimes not by that. So think about this. They're basically saying almost like one word of Blake is that white, and the other one is the other one, and they're kind of confused because they're very similar. I think it's kind of what it's saying. I have to go back over it, but blacker is not an exact phonetic equivalent, but if native points to the to an otuit, I don't know what otuit is, or otuit, blacko for blacker, whatever. Original Teutonic types were black, no, blacko, subsequently leveled to blacko, blacko, uh, given the Old English and ON, I don't know what ON words. Could be like Old Norse or Old something. I don't know. In this case, Blake, no, might be PA, PPO of a BB. I don't know. They're doing too many. Let's say it's PAPPLE of a VB. I don't know what the hell that is. To burn, to burn. And the original sense, burnt, scorched, blatch, which points to otuent, whatever. In English, black has quite displaced the original color word, swart, which remains in other Teutonic languages. I like that they said that because people will try to say that swart and swarthy doesn't mean black. One literal, the proper word for a certain quality practically classed among colors, but consisting optically in the total absence of color, due to the absence of total absorption of light, as its opposite white arises from the reflection of all rays of light. It says two, or no, there's another one. It says, as a color pertaining to objects, even in full light, absorbing all light, to the color of night, to the color of soot or coal, of the darkest possible hue, swart, perfect blackness being a rare attribute of objects, those from the surface of which very little light is reflected are commonly called black. And it keeps going. He made himself it's kind of hard to read though. No, it says Beowulf or something. 1606. Black. You can't really read. All the letters are so damn close to each other. Fred Bar something. He something. Black foe something. And Willow something is Niger. Corona's black harem. Blake, whatever. Okay, I'm not. It's hard to read some of these words. I'm not seeing. I saw Niger, but that don't. That's like Negro, Niger, which is means black. That doesn't mean the Niger over there, and that wasn't called Niger until later on by some black white folks. I'm not seeing anything about Africa. Of a dark color, closely approaching the black, having an extremely dark skin, strictly applied to Negroes and Negritos, and other dark skin races. Often loosely to non-European races, little darker than many Europeans. Okay, so ain't no line, ain't no mistake in that. But also notice they said dark skin races. Okay. I'm gonna just skip this. So those are like those fine print things. Let me see if I see anything to say Africa during that. Blake New pearls in twin later diary, something. Her little black boy came by him. I want to say that says India. Yeah, I keep seeing the word India something and New End. But okay, whatever. The black officers were drummed out. These are like examples, okay, in certain books of how it was used in certain things. But nothing talks about Africa right there. Okay, right here. There's one thing that says Africa, finally, right there. History of Man Forest says, that says in 1842, I think that says. So it was an example. The History of Man 24 says, the Papa Caribs or something are as black as the Caribs of Africa, the something cases of Africa. So they're talking about the Papua, I think New Guineans being black as people from Africa. Look, this motherfucking dictionary is going in real quick. Okay, my bad, I ain't been looking down, y'all, but this motherfucking dictionary is going the fuck in. And they ain't, not only did they not mention African people and it meaning Africa, but it said that these people are as black as these people from Africa. Talking about, I think Papua New Guineans, but they call them Papua something. And whatever. But I'm gonna have to look a little bit further soon. I just don't want to take forever time. I'm gonna save this. With the names of various objects prefixed by way of comparison as cold, jet, pitch, and black. Shares characterized in some way of color, having black hair, black dark complexion. Surnames black, blackie. Look, they're talking about surnames of black, meaning black, which makes sense, obviously, right? But and it's funny they put that under the complexion definition, because you'll have white people with the last name Black, and you got to ask why. You know what I'm saying? Why do you have that last name? Why do you have the last name Brown? And then the other names like Dunn and Moore and Dunmore and other ones. I dread my hair for the black. Okay. Wearing black clothing, armor, characterized by the absence of light, of deep water clouds. We have to get past this. Reflecting the transmission of light, because this is pretty interesting. I'm going to have to go back to this. Dark summer dusky, deeply stained with the dirt. Black is used in naming some variety of species. 8, having dark or deadly purposes, malignant, pertaining to involving death and whatever. Notice we're going through multiple different various forms of black, and not one has said it just means a bunch of Africans. Foul, inquisitions, atrocious, horribly wicked, black, right? Being dark, black, right? Clouded with sorrow and melancholy, dismal, gloomy, sad. He was feeling dark, feeling black. Sometimes we'll say blue. Indicating grace, censure, like being blackballed or blackened or blacklisted, liability to punishment, black books, blacklist, etc. Exactly. Often accompanied by some symbol of black, whatever. Phrases to say black is anyone's eyebrow, nails, to find fault with the laying of charge, black in the face. Having the face made dark crimson of purple and strangulation. Okay. Black and blue. All right. Like you could beat black and blue, of which present is a corruption arising of becoming obsolete after 1550. The proper black and Blake remains the North, often whatever. Discolored, whatever. Like this motherfucker has like 19. It has more definitions than I ain't never seen the black that had, but these all make sense. We've all used black in some of these cases or seen it used like this. Black and tan, of a kind of terrier dog, having a black hair upon the black back and the tan of the land, whatever. 16. Did I skip 15? 15. Black and white. I don't know what. Having a surface diversified with black and white. Often 16, often prefixed with other adjectives, color indicating the blackish shade of the latter, of the blackish brown, whatever, gray. A 17, black blabbling, malicious, slanderous, black boding of an ill omen, inauspicious, black fasting.
in parasympathetic cone, like everything but goddamn African, nigga. Specialized cone, black cone, black apron read, nigga. Like everything but Africa. Now here's another black, for whatever reason, black color, the hue, the plural, blacks, kind of a shades or whatever, black paint, black pigment, black whatever. Shoemakers, like I think it's really like really not 1900 until you really see it. A black pigment in the eye, particle, black substance, small substance, fake, the not fake but flake, the dark spot in the center of an eye, black clothing, especially worn as a sign of mourning. Okay, hangings, cloth reeds, black man or woman. A man is black skin. Ah, here we go. But look at it though. Look at it though. It's not just of the races of Africa. I like this. A man of black skin, an African Negro, or an Australian Negrito, or other members of a dark skinned race. In this sense, it appears to be a translation of Negro, which was an earlier use. Okay? Purchase pilgrims. Let's see what it says under this. Where the dwell with the blacks called Mandingos. So in 1665, somebody made call some Mandingos black. In 1679, to Randall McDowell means black. I bet y'all didn't know that. Look, hold on, I gotta show y'all this shit. I gotta show y'all this shit. Who knew that McDowell meant black? Meaning descendants of someone who is called the Dark One. Who knew McDowell meant that? And what is McDowell? Who knows? Who don't know this? The McDowells. You know, the McDowells. Not the McDonald's, nigga. The McDowell. Wait, hold on. I guess I got to put the extra ones. Coming to America. Now that I done said it, right? The McDowells. Y'all know the McDowells, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. That tripped me out when I saw that. The McDowells. I said, no way. They put it in your face. They put it in your fucking face. Nigga. As they shoehorn in an African story on your ass in a comedic way. But I had found this because I asked ChatGPT, give me the names of all names that mean black. Duff means black. Dark complexion one. Did you know that? O'Duff, O'Duffy, Dow, McDowell, MacDowell, Doyle. In fact, that's funny. My grandma's sister, Dorothy, their last name is Doyle. The nigga I showed y'all that was the darkest in my family, my uncle told me. No. He's Overstreet. No. Dorothy Doyle. Dorothy got married to Everett. Everett. My bad. That was Tommy is my grandma's brother. He's Overstreet. Her sister Dorothy got married to a Doyle. His name was Everett Doyle, and Doyle means the dark one, and the nigga was dark. But yeah, McDowell, Dooley, Downey, Doolin. I bet y'all didn't know a lot of these words meant this. I damn sure didn't. Let me go to where they at. I'm gonna show y'all some more real quick. Schwartz. Did you know Schwartz, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? And really, Niger is black. So he's really black. Like his name is really like the dark complexion black man. Schwartz, dark complexion, nigger, black. The dark complexion black, even though he's nowhere near a dark complexion black. But yes, Schwarzenegger, okay? Swart or Swart comes from Swarthy, but also Bronson, okay? Brown complexion, brown is brawn, okay? Um, Schwartz, Brown, Shakar, and Kier. I don't know anybody with those, but they also mean it. Here's some South Asian words. Krishna. Who knew Krishna meant the dark one? I didn't know what. The dark skinned one. Hare Krishnas. All these people go around. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Like that's how they say hi. Hare Krishna, which is really weird to me. It sounds like some cult shit. And in fact, since they not dark, many of them are not that dark. Makes you wonder why they're doing it. Like they done turned this shit into some cult shit. Hare Krishna. All right now. Black, Blake, Blackman, Blackmore, Brown, Swart, Dunn, as we know, Dunn. Cole. Who knew Cole? Wow, I didn't know that. Cole, like fucking Cole. That means a lot because, god damn it, there's some Indians that I know that are way back. Their last name were fucking Coles, nigga. Oh my god. Oh my god. I did not. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm trying to think of their name, y'all. I'm trying to think of the name. The Coles. They married the Colbert. No, no, they didn't marry the. They either married the Colberts or he took over their family, or fuck. I'm gonna have to look that up. I'm gonna look that up after I get out of this. But coal, like dark as coal. I never fucking thought about that. That's crazy. I gotta do a video about this. Um, Downey, like Robert Downey Jr. Downey, Doyle, Dow. We talked about some of those. Duff, right? Devlin, Dunn, right? Dark hair, dark skin, dark complexion. Doolin. You got French names like Brun, LeBron, like LeBron almost, but you know that's different. That's his first name. Morel, Morel. Some of these people, some of y'all might have these last names. Lenore, Lenoir, like Noir. I didn't even think about it like that. But the word Noir is in the fuck Lenore, like the black. Actually, that is what it is. Lenore, the black. Literally in the black one. I didn't even think about that. Moro, like more, right? A lot of these Moro, which is like more. I just Morel, more. Okay, so we're starting to get it. You know what I mean? These names are starting to make sense. Moreno, more. We know it comes from, and that's if it's a surname. Prieto, Partido. Can't think of what that where that may come from. Prieto, Partido, Negro, obviously, but I don't know nobody with that as a surname. If they are, okay, Negron, Negrillo, Moro, Moros, Maron, whatever. Italian surnames that mean black. S- Scuro, Moro, Neri, Nero, Bruno, Bruno. I know some of those. Bruni, Brunelli, Brunetti. Schwartz, Braun, Schwartz, Dunkel, Svart, Svartine, Svartman, Stiver. Like these would be like Svartson. I don't know if it's Stiverson. Probably different. Brun, Churn, whatever. Motos, Brun, whatever. I think those are all the most important ones. Really, there was some different ones. Collier, Collie, Dunn, Kel Kelly, connected with Cole, Cole, huh? In some dialects. Notice how they threw that in there. Collier, originally co-worker, but also used for someone black like coal. Collier. Wow. Collie. Coley. Oh, Coley. Like coal. Okay. It's crazy. It's crazy, y'all. A lot of this, it makes so much damn sense. Scuro, Brunetti, a dark dusk one, shadow one, Brunetti, Brown, also tied to Bruno, Mari, Morris, well, some of these other ones. Oh yeah, Zarko, dark eye. Now it says dark eyed, but Who knows Salvador Zarco? Salvador Zarco, or who did they say that's the real name of? Christopher Columbus. They say his last name, his real name. I've heard this. I can find a video, but it was a guy that said his name is Salvador Zarco. Now I've heard another name from him also, so I'm not 100% sure. But to see that was kind of dope. All right, let me get out this, man. I'm always getting off in the woods, man. I mean, for good reason. But oh yeah, McDonald for black, whatever. Ward the Giant was one of the blacks of the Negroes. What? Holy War 20, this giant was one of the blacks or Negroes. Huh, funny. Whatever. Of the bands and posters, like literally, like, and I'm about to be done. I'm gonna stop here on this particular black thing. But as you can see, it didn't never just mean Africans. I literally think it's like 1920 something. Let me try one more time. Let me save this motherfucking book first. Ain't no telling what kind of definitions and explanation of definitions I might find in this bitch. Add to favorites. Uh, Oxford Dictionary. Okay. I'm gonna try one more dictionary to see if I can find y'all the one where it says that. If not, fuck it, nigga. Y'all know it comes in at some point. It's well too far out at this point to even give a fuck about, to be honest. But it's important because we don't want to be labeling ourselves as black because technically they don't change the spelling. I mean the meaning, and when you change the meaning, that's really trickery, and they trying to get us to be in the capacity of a black character, which would be of a modern version of a person, which would say from one of the races of whatever, Africa. I don't even think I'm gonna be able to find it. I'll just have to do it this way. We'll just do it this way. Define black. We'll just go to modern shit. But I would like to show y'all when it actually changed over. But as you can see here, there's the colors. Now it says of or relating to any of the various groups of especially African ancestry, often considered of having dark pigmentation of the skin, a wide variety range color, whatever. Various population group of now notice it says this. Notice the wording of that. Of or relating to any of the various population groups of especially African ancestry, often considered dark pigmentation. But notice they said often relating to any of the various group, especially Africans. Now it didn't say solely. Okay, it didn't say exclusively. It didn't even have to say especially. It just could have said groups of African ancestry. Left out the especially, and that would have made it finite in a sense. Like that's the only thing it is. But if you notice the wording, it says groups of especially African ancestry. He said, right, they try to change it. My bad. Let me look down and see what y'all been saying. I've been just looking at this shit. And I ain't even been hollering at the folks. Gia said Prieto is used a slur Prieto Linda in Spanish. Really? What does it mean in the slur? What is it? What does Prieto Linda mean? Now you got me curious. Um, I'm more into graphic design and clothes and music. Oh, you talking to Daddy? That's what's up. He's laughing at LeBron. Moreno, Morel, Moro. Yep. Coleman. Damn, like Gary Coleman. Man, think about all of these names. I'ma just go look at surnames one day and just really look at them. You know what I'm saying? Like, wait a minute, what is this word? What words are in this word that I'm missing? Like, that shit pisses me off that I miss. That's crazy. Yeah, Coleman, that's crazy. Say you must be the Christian. I don't know what he talking about. Faker. I never realized. Cole. Yep. Christian. Yeah. Swarthy nigga. Yep. Irish Negroes. Oh, you might be cool, Faker. Oh, you may not. I don't know. I don't know what you got going on. Black Beauty Prieta. Oh, yeah, I think you might be cool. That what Prieta Linda means? I would appreciate it if you did a surname dive. Yeah, we need to, man. I'm gonna have to do that. Um, like I probably just like pull up a whole list of American English surnames, typical surnames, whatever, and have a whole list and just like go through and look at them bitches because it didn't tell me. Well, no, it did say Cole, but it didn't say Coleman. It said Cole was black, but it left out Coleman. And in fact, AI left out Dunn when I first asked it. I was like, list me all the things that mean black. It did not list Dunn. And then I had to ask it another way. And then it finally lists Dunn within the list. But so even AI ain't doing like what it should be doing in order to give me the answers I'm looking for. Let me roll me up another one here. I'm gonna chop it up with y'all in a tangent, and then we're gonna go back into because I keep getting off of this shit, this Dred Scott shit, man. So we gonna go right back. We're gonna go back into it, just to kind of finish it up. But like, uh, what am I about to say? So the importance of not being labeled as black or African. So as we've seen, the slave codes in 1860 were reciting the case of Dred Scott as far as citizenship goes for African people who came here. It don't even and think about this. It don't even say if your people came here on a boat. It's just saying if you admit it. If you admit that your people came here from and imported from Africa, it does say they imported from Africa, my bad. But it's saying that you admit it. Like it don't say like, hey, if that's just the case, if your people did. It's saying, hey, if that's what you admitting and you say your people came from Africa, well, you're not a citizen of the United States. You're not a citizen of the Constitution. You cannot sue. Now, some people would say that this is no longer active. After 1865, they say it was no longer active due to the birthright citizenship. We're going to get into that, but I'm going to show you real quick, and some of y'all have already seen, but again, just to reiterate, the people who accepted the freedmen narrative when they got their paperwork, they were they missed out on the paper on the money. Why? Hold on.
Now, nearly 200 years later, comes the $56 million payment from the federal government to compensate the tribe for those lost Florida lands. But the Black Seminoles can't share in it because the government and the tribe say they were slaves of the Red Seminoles back then, and as slaves could not have owned land. Joe Opala, who has worked to preserve their legacy, says that's wrong.
The Black Seminoles fought side by side. So they said because you were a slave, you couldn't own land. Now, why is that? Because Indians were slaves and Indians could own land. Indians got allotments, right? So is it because they were slaves? You got to read between the lines. These people are just kind of throwing out whatever narrative and using whatever kind of wording. Just like the Dred Scott decision. The Dred Scott decision, at the top, if you look at the overview, you would think it had nothing to do with Africa at all or Africans, other than the fact if you try to call yourself an African American. But it says that slaves were not citizens, enslaved people. But we know that that's not correct. We know people who were slaves that are now citizens. We know people uh, who were slaves then who became citizens, but they were Indians. They were from this landmass. That's the difference. And if you go into court and sue, you can't sue because the court doesn't protect you as a non-citizen. Now, here they just say enslaved people, but again, you have to go down in the fine print to find that it's really not necessarily just being enslaved that did it. It's admitting that you were an African slave that did it, that caused you to lose your case. meaning your jurisdiction is not covered under the Constitution of the United States for protection to sue somebody for your freedom. He was suing for his freedom. So the case is that he went from let me see what y'all said. White status, men having land at some point in time. Yeah, the verbiage is real loose to muddy the waters. Yeah, that's why you got to go down to the actual what they actually put in here, like the transcript from the case itself. Because if we go off of the like, what you can think is this is the words from whoever wrote their idea about the Dred Scott case on this website. This is the transcript from the actual case. So, which is going to be more true? Is going to be the wording in the case transcript versus the wording from some motherfucker that just doing their thing. So you right, crew. Right? Yeah, they muddy the waters on purpose because they don't want you to read this shit. To be honest with you, because they knew they were the original landowners. They wanted to steal the indigenous blacks' land. Exactly. They had to make and keep a type of clause that would not only keep the Africans that they may have brought here from owning land and becoming citizens and suing, but putting us under that same status made it to where we also couldn't sue and own land and all this other stuff. Even though, even though we are truly from here. But if you go in court and admit that you're not from here, well, they're gonna tell you, they're gonna, abide by what you say. In a sense, is what it looks like. And it's kind of fucked up. Somebody said it's deep in that, right? Not some random narrative, but what they said exactly. And it's kind of fucked up because you would think that the court should just go by facts only. But that's why people say, man, you go in there and you tell them what you tell. You got to be telling the truth. I can understand your proper status, but I just don't think, like how the Moors be trying to get people to file this, that, and the third to be under your proper status. Like my ass ain't going into court anytime soon. But if I ever do go to court for some other reason, I'm not gonna ever say I'm black. I'm not gonna say I'm anything but an American Indian. And in fact, on all my documents now, I put I'm American Indian. Timber said that's why they coerced Jesse Jackson to name us African Americans to go back to claim our land. Exactly, exactly. It's the start or the continuation of the propaganda to put you in that capacity mentally to where you will admit it. Like now they don't even have to tell it or not tell us, or at least us, they, we different. But now a lot of so-called black people in America, you don't even have to like drill it into them. They already believe they come from Africa. So when any of them go into a court or anywhere else that where it might matter, uh yeah, they're gonna end up likely putting them in that status, no matter what, because that's what we're gonna admit. And when you have it in the rules, hey, if y'all admit y'all come from Africa, you don't get no protection, and then you go around pushing African propaganda everywhere. Y'all came from Africa. Everybody came from Africa. Watch these African movies. Look, this is y'all getting beat in Africa, and then coming over, and you keep pushing that. Now you can see how that what the play at it. That's how they did it. It started off in 1866. And I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm gonna show y'all why I mean that. You agree to African, you agree to that. Yep. That case shows how detrimental it is to self-identify something you're not. It really does. And I'm gonna go listen to see what they say on the news about the case. We're gonna look up. I haven't watched any videos or picked any up, but we're gonna look at a couple to see what's the national dialogue about this Dred Scott, because I know I've heard it a lot, but I couldn't remember what do people be saying about this shit. Like, what's the propaganda out there? I wonder if the ancestors knew that, or were there word semantics on them too? Some knew it. No, some of them didn't know. Now I don't know if they knew that it wouldn't make them citizens directly. I don't know if they knew that the law was on the books, but like in Narragansett Indians, like well, they knew that you couldn't vote in certain things, so they knew that you couldn't be citizens because, like the Narragansett Indians, I got a clip. I'll just show you the clip. Where they was like, nah, man, I'm not voting. I mean, I don't want to be Negro. I'm an Indian. I'm a Narragansett Indian. And I'm gonna show you. So, but they may not have knew the full ramifications as far as the erasure, the non-citizenship status, and all this other stuff that it came with. But and they were just trying to keep their original heritage and shit true. But where you at, man? I damn sure passed it. Where you at? There he goes.
All that who wish to remain traditionally as their ancestors had been, made sure there was the teaching.
Yeah, after slavery in 1866, because after in 1866, that's when every tribe, Indian major nation tribe, uh, signed all new treaties, and all of these new treaties in 1866 all included some type of African wording in there, or Negro, mostly African and freedmen wording in there. None of the treaties prior ever included anything about an African, a slave, or a Negro, or anything, as far as in specific wording. But 1866, yeah, that's when they did it.
Go out there and learn all that you can from these people. But never forget who you are. Never forget you have your own language, your own religion, and your own way of acceptance.
In Rhode Island, some citizens who did not own property had to wait until 1928 before they were granted voting rights. But three groups were still officially barred by state law from casting a ballot: paupers, the mentally incompetent, and Indians. The only way the Narragansetts could participate in elections was by identifying themselves as African Americans.
Notice, before they say this next part, notice the year. Whew. Hold on, let me hear that year again.
1928.
Yeah, hold up.
In Rhode Island, some citizens who did not own property had to wait until 1928
Okay, never mind. It's 1928, not 1828. Never mind.
before they were granted voting rights. But three groups were still officially barred by state law from casting a ballot: paupers, the mentally incompetent, and Indians. The only way the Narragansetts could participate in elections was by identifying themselves as African Americans. Charles Ernest Hazard confronted officials who enforced this practice. His brother, Joseph, one of the oldest members of the Narragansett Nation, recalls the moment.
Indians couldn't vote, so he went up to the State House and he says, it's on the charter that the Indians can't vote. And he says, you're voting, ain't you? And he says, no. He says, I consider myself a Narragansett Indian. If I vote, I'm voting under Negroes could vote, but not an Indian.
Appreciate that soul food.
I consider myself a Narragansett, not a black, so I'd like to have that change.
Oops.
Change. So they did. If I vote, I'm voting under Negroes could vote, but not an Indian. And he said, I consider myself a Narragansett, not a black, so I'd like to have that change.
So as you can see there, he knew both the term Negro, he knew both the term black, he knew all that shit, but he wanted to be a Narragansett Indian, and he knew that it had to do with voting, at least, right? Now they didn't know. Now think about it. Now, so think about this, y'all. Think about the trickery. Everybody didn't forget. Exactly. And so think about it like this. This is how they dangle it in your face. They say, hey, all this stuff is happening around you and you ain't got a say in it. And if you want a seat at the table, if you want to be able to change what's going on in this town, you want to vote, well, you got to vote. You got to come out here and vote. And if you want to change something, you got to vote. Sound like a Democrat today, right? Get out there. You got to vote. And then if you get out there, you're like, okay, I'm voting, but this is changing my status. Well, you got to vote though, man. Why you gonna sit around here and be labeled as an Indian while all this stuff changes around you? You ain't got no say in this. Now they're gonna ignore him when he don't do it, and they're gonna go to his kids. Don't y'all want to say in this? Don't you want to say? Don't you want to vote? I understand your dad said he Indian, but don't you want to actually be? All you got to do is register and be African American. I mean, that's it's just a formality. We know you're an Narragansett Indian, right? We just got it's just a formality thing that you're an African American or a Negro or a black. It was 1928, so it wasn't African American at that time. So that's another trickery on this documentary. Because he said Negro, he said black, he didn't say African American. It was the narrator that said African American. You see? So
Narragansetts could participate in elections was by identifying themselves as African Americans.
no, it was Negro, colored, or black or something. See how they be lying? Uh yeah, the whole angle, I'm convinced Stokely Carmichael was pushing black and for us to vote. I didn't know that. I didn't know exactly. I looked into Stokely Carmichael a little bit like 15 years ago during my black power phase. I was watching all the black shit from the early 1900s, thinking I knew a lot of shit. I seen I seen Martin Luther King shit. I seen Malcolm X. I seen the Black Panthers talk. I seen this, and you feel like you know. And don't get me wrong, you feel like you have a good grasp on shit when you listen to some of them niggas. And you have no idea how far from history. You have no idea how far you do not know. It's cool. Definitely it gives you a sense of pride of being who you are a little bit, but it's really that same FBA feel good shit that's what they want you to do. Yeah, feel this, feel good, feel good. Now go admit to being black. Yeah, you feel good, right? Yeah, you black, right? No, yeah. No, man, I'm not that. The right retroactive no matter they try always try to say African American. They do. And they try to say that's politically correct, but what the fuck does that mean? First time I heard that, right? Black still connected to Indian in a lot of history, so that's why they said African. His you said black still connected to Indian in a lot of history, that's why they said African. I feel you on that. Like, it's a lot of wordplay. That's the biggest problem I keep seeing that they keep getting us. Either they change our tribe names, change the spelling of the tribes, change our classification names, change the terms that we listen up under, whatever. It ain't African, it ain't American Indian, it's Native American. It's not Native American now, it's First Nations. It's not First Nations, it's whatever the hell. Anything that just keeps changing. And that's why I'm like, nope, no more changes. I don't want no more changes. If we ain't going back to some old shit, then I don't want nothing new. You know what I'm saying? hmm That's why they kept changing age. Exactly. It's a cover, and that's why I love you said right. That's a cover up. That's why what I mean by retroactive continuity. I like that term, retroactive continuity. That's a dope ass phrase, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get back and continue what we had going way back. Excuse me. Right? It's almost like we're trying to they whitewash history And we're trying to be the ones to go through and blackwash it back, in a sense, for a lack of a better term, blackwash it back. Um, so, excuse me. Let me get back to this little Dred Scott thing. Now, they said that my thing was, is the Dred Scott decision still active? And it says the decision of Scott versus Sanford, considered by many legal scholars to be the worst ever rendered by the Supreme Court, was overturned by the 13th and 14th Amendments of the Constitution, which abolished slavery and declared all persons born in the United States to be citizens of the United States. So, like, you got to think about that. They say, yeah, right, go back instead of remix. Exactly. Reconstruction of historical records, all that. And that's where I'm at with it, man. And that's why FBA is going to continue to catch heat until they get on the right track, because they've pretty much influenced a lot of our people to accepting something else new, and they wonder why we keep coming over there and keep listening and whatever. Because one, they're trying to encourage people to be that, and two, they keep getting our people to accept it because they got a little influence and they got a little history, so they feel, and people don't understand that the history they learn a little history with Tariq on a documentary every once in a blue moon. He might talk about a little bit of like current events. That's really all he does, man. I knew he, like, back in the day, I was like, I should do what he does and like get my following up like that, because I can tell what people's, how they like. So basically, he gets on every day and talks about hot topics. Uh, and during talking about hot topics, he's going to talk about black empowerment thing. He's always going to include some kind of black phrases or this or that or whatever, right? But literally, he just goes through his goddamn Twitter and his motherfucking trending shit, and whatever's going on in the day, he's like, we need to talk about this, family. And he gets on and he talks. And I can't be mad at that, but really that's how he built his audience. He didn't really build it up so much off the black empowerment thing. It's just really just, it's like a combination of people feel like that's it, you know what I'm saying? Because it is a lot of talking there. Because he says, oh, my FBA family, we got to do this and this and that. And he does always target out specific issues that deal with black people, which is why I was cool, which I didn't mind listening to him back in the day, because like, if I didn't watch the news or something, he's probably going to pick out some of the black things in the news that he's going to talk about. And that's kind of a way that you can kind of stay a little updated on some of the news and get a little somebody else's perspective. Mm. To me, that's how he really built his following up. And he's been doing that shit for like a long time, a long time. And me, I'm not really a trend follower. I'm definitely not a trend follower. I like to do my own thing. I like to always come here with something new. So that's why when y'all don't see me, I'm probably studying to try to find some new shit. Um, like, and you won't always see me do the same live streams. I will mention sometimes, but I do need to get into doing some of the same live streams. My bad. I know I'm going on a little tangent. I'm gonna get off of it. But I do need to do some of the same live streams sometimes. You might see me start recycling content, old content, because I do have to realize that just because a lot of my core people know this stuff, there's a lot of people that still come up on the live stream new every time that have never seen it. And so I gotta, still put it out there. So though I wouldn't get mad if y'all get on the live stream, see a nigga teaching something and y'all get off. I'd be like, okay, yeah, that nigga done said that many times. I'm eventually gonna do that, but I really like to just do as much new stuff as possible too. Because it keeps it fresh, keeps you interested. It's kind of like, but I don't like to jump on hot topics. I rather create the hot topic. I'd rather create a hot topic out of some history that was never seen or been seen or whatever the fuck in a while, and let that shit trend. But then to just watch some video from, I don't know, goddamn World Star Hip Hop, if that's still around, and then start commentating about it. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Mm. Nothing wrong with that shit at all. My bad, I'm tangent. But you said, I'm new. Yeah, see, And a lot of stuff I've done, said, and been through, man, you probably don't know, haven't even. Some of you may have heard about in your own studies. Let me say that. I don't know how far you are with your study, um, but some things. I'm pretty sure I definitely put you on game on things, and that's why I need to do that. But okay, so the Dred. So it says that this thing was the 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment is what abolished slavery, but abolishing slavery. So let's think about this first. The reason why the man couldn't sue wasn't because he was a slave. You can be a slave and be a citizen. You can be an American Indian slave of a war, prisoner of war, and still be a citizen. The case was the fact that he said his ancestors came from Africa and were enslaved. So abolishing slavery still doesn't negate that you're admitting your ancestors were African and coming from slavery. See what I'm saying? So to me, that I'm just saying that abolishing slavery does not take the case law of Dred Scott away from being good case law, in my opinion. Now, then they would say the persons born in the United States becoming citizen, birthright citizenship, is supposed to be the thing that takes that away, because this is about citizenship. Now, does birthright citizenship overturn the fact that anybody coming in stating that they're Africans can now sue under that character? Well, let's go to the government website and let's look at the 13th and 14th Amendments. Because, it's one thing to just say you know them. It's another thing to read them bitches. Because I had to do it my damn self. I was like, you know what? I ain't never read that shit. But, and just think about this too. A lot of people will repeat 13th Amendment, 14th, 12th Amendment, whatever the case. You don't understand. It's the 13th Amendment that did X, Y, and Z or whatever. And when you really think about it, have you read it? There's a lot of people that have never read it. Not like it's a lot, but let's read it. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude. Why'd you have to put them together? If they were completely different, why'd you have to put them together? People will be saying, well, it was somewhat like that, but it was completely different. You can get out, they can sell you, you got freedom dues at the end and money and all. No, them people haven't read documents either if they said that. Them people haven't read documents either. They're repeating what they've heard, and that's what we always do. But it says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist in the United States or in any place subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Now that's pretty funny, because Harrison's Law let me do this. Harrison's Law for selling and whipping I guess I'm going to have to do this. White people. Now it pulls up. See? I had to go that far with it. LibraryofCongress.gov, right? I had to actually do all that just to get the shit. 1840. YT slavery. Okay. We have received Indianapolis certified copy that under the broad seal of the state of Indiana of the 11th, 30th, and 31st section, whatever, approved by General Harrison, providing for the sale of white men and women in certain cases, and also the third section of an act regulating elections, approved matters. So here's the act. An act respecting crimes and punishment. That's why I'm pulling this up. Right? Because what did it say in the amendment? Except for as punishment for a crime, right? But slavery was mostly for punishment for crimes. There was also involuntary servitude, voluntary servitude. There was also possibly some importation that came over here and they made them supposedly perpetual slaves, possibly. Other than that, it was you had to be convicted of a crime and punishments. And that could be anybody. And why am I saying that? Because it just said that it's still around. And as we know, people in jail work like slaves for slave wages for corporations. Let's look at it real quick. We can easily see a little something, I'm pretty sure. Inmates working for corporations. I haven't looked it up like this, but how private prisons protect their profits. Are big companies still using prison labor? How ICE detentions made that's private prison. $200 billion industry. The U.S. prison system explained by Value Tamer. Who makes money from private prisons? It's CNBC. NBC News. Investigation U.S. prison labor linked to popular food brands. Let's do this one. 4 minutes.
Here we go. A hidden, intricate web links hundreds of popular food brands to work done by U.S. prisoners. A 2-year Associated Press investigation found that everything from grains, meat, eggs, and milk had been grown, harvested, or produced by incarcerated people. And their labor finds
I did not know that.
its way into the supply chains of some of the most recognized brands and largest food companies in the world.
These types of agricultural programs are being run at prisons across the country. Dozens of them generate revenue. Those are the green dots you see there on your screen. One penitentiary.
Isn't that slavery? They're literally working on farms, y'all. They're literally working on farms. Slavery still exists. Slavery existed before. Legal slavery, exactly. What's up, Dominique? Grand Rising, good morning to you. So is slavery. They said it is, yeah. As you can see them when you're driving down there, which is crazy. I remember I did pass by it says inflation and interest is also slavery. Yeah. Yeah. And I remember I walked by keeping us on the other side of perpetual slavery on the consumer end. I drove excuse me. I drove excuse me. Ooh. I drove out of town I think I was going to the west. And I drove through an area and I did see a whole field of niggas on the motherfucker in the field. And I sat there and said, man, I need to stop. I should stop on that motherfucker right now. It was like one dude on a horse. And I said, hey, what kind of shit is this, man? Where the hell am I at? That shit is crazy. He said, what are you saying? The jail system. Hold on. He said, chain gang, cleaning, side roads, burying, unclean. I mean, you know what? I didn't think about the people. Yeah, the motherfuckers do be out there cleaning the little roads, picking up the trash and shit. And you know what? I ain't mad at it because it's like, okay, it gives people something to do, get out there and work, whatever, whatever. But what I am mad at is the profits being made off of the slave labor. Like, hey, a nigga got to work his time off. I'd rather they do community service, and it's the community that gets something from that labor to a degree, right? Profits, money, or whatever from their labor. They should be able to. There should be some program where we as small business owners, they got to work with small business owners. They can't work with corporations or any business with more than 15 to 20 employees. That should have to come work and be supervised. Of course, you know, they can provide some supervised officer. We can't forget these niggas might have done something crazy. But You know, they should be able to work. We should be able to get those folks before the corporations. That's for damn sure. Otherwise, it's just going into the pockets of other people and ain't helping the actual public. And plenty of these corporations are owned by immigrants, people who ain't even really from here. Some of these corporations ain't even owned from, you know what I'm saying? So that money's going straight to somebody else. This is crazy. Perpetual debt. Yeah, I wish I could show you. I have it highlighted. What you talking about showing? Curtains. All right, get 5 cents, get cents a day. Yes, and that's crazy. I agree. Work for the community. Let them save up so they get a good start when they get released. Yeah, yeah, yes. That amendment is dangerous. We have to keep it, keep us bonded. Not, yeah, exactly. Excuse me, y'all. That amendment, it really, it's like it's an amendment, but I feel like it's like the only thing it amended was the possibility that somebody could import your ass and just make your ass a damn slave. Because if you can still be a slave, I mean, really, but they could technically just fucking make up a charge and throw your ass in jail, and all of a sudden you a slave. You know what I'm saying? And they do that to us a lot, which is crazy. You know what I mean? They over police us a lot. Um, he said that would be cool, to be honest. Yeah, the last thing I seen you say something about the jail system, saying something to Tamara. But yeah, so what's up, Nikki? Helito. Private prisons, plantations. Yep. So I like what old girl said earlier. She said, Master Michelle. She said, that let them save up their money so they have a good start with getting released. That makes so much sense. Like literally, you have a lot of these guys that thank you, Nikki. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, POW. You have a lot of these guys. Much love out to you, Nikki. You have a lot of these guys that they have their people, have their families still pay commissary, right? And it's like yeah, you could work and make some little money and get your little commissary yourself, but at those wages, you're not really getting as much. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you should be able to make a normal, decent wage. Or it's like, okay, if you don't want them to make too much, no, they should be okay. But just let them all at least. No, they should be able to be paid like for whatever job they're doing. And I like what she said, like they can't do much with it in jail. So let them be able to just save it up. So by the time they get out, they would have money. And just think, like if you work real hard and save up all this money when you get out and you got like 40,000, 50,000 or more, um, that might make you really redo your life the right way. You could go out, blow it, and fuck up and do some stupid shit. But if you gave them proper, like on their last year, gave them like some good guidance counseling during that time, about ways to do things to do with their money and ways to invest it, figure out small businesses they can maybe start or what they like to do or whatever the case, training they can go pay for with their money. They can get out, go pay for training at either a vocational school, like let's say they want to be a mechanic. They got money now to go to mechanic school and to pay up a year's worth of rent. You can go pay up a year's worth of, if you got like 40, 50K saved up, you could pay $15,000 down on a $1,200 a month lease to pretty much pay off your whole year. That should be around 15K, somewhere around it. And then now you got then go pay like 5,000 for a program to learn for the next year, and then you got money also still chilling to live off of while you do your school and learning whatever, and then go ahead and get started and get out there and put money into your business. There's so many different ways if they do that. Teach trades inside, that would also help. Yeah, no, that would help them get it even further. You know what I'm saying? Because what we want these people to do is to stop fucking up. You know what I'm saying? That's the main thing we want these people to do is when they get out, don't do that shit again. You know, whatever the fuck you did, stop it. Even the 30 to 500 for an apartment and a car. Yep, yep, that'll get you going. And workers' rights. Yep, prison system, bonds, and treasury. They would love using that money while locked up, plus get you some interest. Exactly. Like you can limit them to a certain amount to use it inside, so that way they have a certain amount of money for commissary, and then make sure that the other rest that they have to save the rest for when they get out. Maybe a 50-50, maybe a 75-25%. You know, this is why we need to be the ones running this shit. Yes, once they get you in the system, they try to loop you forever. Exactly. This is why we need to be, because they they put you in there. They put you in harsh circumstances. They don't really teach you much. Might be a couple classes and bullshit things here and there. By the time you can get out, you're a felon. You really can't get hardly no jobs. Plus, you also being hella watched by the motherfucking parole officer. So now it's like, not only can you not fuck up, but everybody is looking at you like you are a fuck up because you just got out of fucking what you call it, and you ain't got out of jail, and you ain't making no money, and it's really gonna make you be like, okay, I don't know what I'm about to do, but go back to the game. Go back to doing what I know how to do. And that's not what we want. That's why we need our own motherfucking shit. Like if we actually ran our cities and had our little judicial systems and shit like that, court systems or whatever, and rehabilitation processes, I 100% believe we would actually make better choices that would have our people living in better ways. And you got to think about it too. These prisons get money for having these prisoners there from us, right? From the government. On top of that, they get money likely from these deals they broker between corporations to allow them to use the motherfucking prison system, prison labor to do their shit. So if you really think about it, they're making a tons of revenue. We know they're making billions of dollars, right? We ain't trying to make money off of people's situation. If we already got it, as long as we got enough money to run that bitch and pay the staff, that's all we care about. The rest of the money needs to go towards real rehabilitation, Grand Rising and chances. And I'm gonna read what y'all been saying. The rest of the money needs to go towards real rehabilitation. These programs like we talking about. Like, okay, we doing all these programs, letting these people work at good wages, so that way they can save up the money to do all these little small things. Like we wouldn't have that much crime, man. They want this crime because they be out there doing the shit. They, y'all know, they threw the drugs out there, they threw the guns out there, they do all that shit, man. But let me get out that. I'm all on it. I'm gonna play this some more, but let me see what y'all was saying real quick. Prison said security bonds, they restore them. My bad, I said that. I read that. But if they're rehabilitated, they won't get arrested again, and the greedy won't profit very exactly. And that's why they keep investing into them systems, investing into them private prisons and everything else. Corporations just legalize crime. It really is. It's the big boys they get to actually do the slave way, actually keep people enslaved. And when you think about it, back then that's what it was too. The more larger YTs and some of us who were black who had big plantations, we had slave labor. Like you can buy slaves, but like we probably wouldn't treat them like that. Not probably, but like you got to think if you can buy slaves, and slaves were people who were incarcerated. Wouldn't you go buy like some juvenile young men like 17 to 25 and feel like you can really make a difference by not only getting the labor out of them, but you can show them how to do the farming, do the techniques, this and that. So by the time they done and put in the labor, and you can actually pay them a little something if you really wanted to, but you can just give them incentives towards certain areas, certain times, whatever. But you can actually feel like you would want to reform some people, and I can see doing that. I can also see buying some YT folks and kicking them in the ass too. I can see buying some white tea folks and kicking them in the ass. Get your ass out of that motherfucking field, bitch. I can see doing that. But not to our folks. I can't see us doing it to us. I'm playing games, but y'all know what I mean. Let me finish playing this.
Highlighted by the AP is the state prison in Angola, Louisiana. A prison spokesperson there pushed back on the slavery comparison, saying Angola has transformed with large-scale criminal justice reforms. The official pointed to other programs like educational and spiritual options that prisoners can choose from. NBC's Lester Holt met with one prisoner who took that route back in 2019.
Why do you got to choose from one or the other? You can work during the day and learn during the night. We do that already. You in jail. You ain't got shit else. How y'all gonna make them choose? Well, okay, you can either go out and work for slave wages and get you some commissary. And I know you want Roman noodles, so you're probably gonna choose that. Or you can go, what was the other option? Go learn. Yeah, go learn something. You like, nigga, I don't even know what if I'm gonna get out this bitch. I'm about to go make me some money and eat me some goddamn ramen.
Watch.
What is it like to serve time in the same prison that your father was executed in?
At first, it was embarrassing. I just knew I had to do something different than just do time and die in prison. I was able to go to the seminary. I graduated with a BA, 3.91 average in 2013. I was selected to be a social mentor.
Joining me now is Robin McDowell. She and her colleague Margie.
No way. No way. What did they say her name was, y'all? Talk about a synchronicity. No way. What did they say?
2013. I was selected to be a social mentor.
Joining me now is Robin McDowell. She and her colleague.
What they say her name was now? What's this white bitch name? McDowell. McDowell. That's an ancestor synchronicity for your ass, nigga. I just gotta pull it up again. Coming to America, McDowell. That's your McDowell, nigga. That's the real McDowell. Quit fucking with your boy, okay? Who the hell is this bitch? That's not your McDowell. That's Ellis Island. That's Ellis Islander right there who got the name later, okay? Oh, Alcatraz looking bitch. That's crazy as hell. That's crazy. Crazy. I don't know if you saw Nikki earlier. These names are the names that mean black people, and McDowell means the dark one. Okay, just like Dunn and other ones. And we were just going through that earlier. For y'all that missed it, McDowell means the dark complexion one. And then you get this Ellis Island looking bitch showing up on the motherfucking same live stream. That's the universe, like making a joke to you right there. Let me show y'all a McDowell today. Oh boy, you gotta love it. You gotta love it, boy. She came in looking like she looked like death. She looked like a goddamn zombie fucking bitch. And these people look horrible, and she probably 28. I just got a restriction for all that. All that ranting about the folks. I don't give a damn. I don't give no damn. Look at this bitch. She probably 28 years old, y'all. Y'all know how they do. Y'all know how they age out in these streets. Age like goddamn left out milk on the counter, nigga. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna keep listening to this. Y'all cracking up, damn. Oh my god. And she probably 19. She gonna be this. That's what she gonna look like here in the next 10 years. That's what she gonna look like 10 years from now. Appreciate that. Appreciate the gifts, y'all. Thank you. Who was that said that? G, appreciate that. Appreciate that, sister. So yeah, let's listen to what Mrs. McDowell has to say. Mrs. the dark-skinned one. Let's listen to her. Okay.
2013.
I'm telling y'all, when I meet people in real life with last names like this, I'm gonna ask them questions. Did you know your last name meant the brown one? I can't wait to see what they reactions could be. Really, I had no clue. I know you didn't. Yeah, yeah, it's crazy, right? How did that happen? I don't know. It's been in my family for years, for centuries, for what I know. You might look into that. Okay, anyway, let's go.
I was selected to be a social mentor.
Hell yeah, Will.
Joining me now is Robin McDowell. She and her colleague Margie Mason are the authors of this sweeping investigation. Robin, welcome. Thanks for joining us this evening. The story that we just heard, that's just one example, right? What did your investigation find on a broader scale about the experiences at Angola and prisons that have these agricultural programs across the country?
I ain't even gonna lie. There's so much wordplay right now. You got the Angolan prison they're talking about right now, right? We're talking about prison labor, which is really slave wages and labor. We're really talking about how slavery is still instituted. And now we're listening to a bitch with the last name who means the dark skin one. It's just so much to just process as I watch this motherfucker, man. And yeah, the whole Angola bullshit ass Africa trope, Angola prison shit is just like, oh my God, nigga, I can't even get through this mentally.
Well, we discovered mainly that people are being forced to work for pennies, sometimes nothing at all. And that really these, in our opinion, are some of the most vulnerable workers, because if they refuse to work, they can be punished. That can mean being sent to solitary confinement. It can mean losing the chance at parole. If they get hurt, they really have very few protections at all. They're not protected by basic things like the Fair Labor Standards Act. If they're injured, and if they're killed, the Prison Labor Reform Act makes it very difficult to sue.
And we're hearing comparisons to slavery. Let's remind people what the 13th Amendment says about slavery. Quote, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude.
Ain't that a synchronicity? I wasn't looking for that either. I was just typing in prison labor. I mean, whatever I typed in. Ain't this a synchronicity?
Except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Robin, what can be done if this is enshrined in our Constitution?
Well, I think people need to remember, a lot of things that are legal are not necessarily right. We can look directly at slavery. Efforts are underway now to make changes to that, to the amendment, and also similar language in state constitutions. I guess that is a start. There are also efforts to try to get people who are working behind bars or as part of work release programs to at least get paid fairly and to be protected.
We know this investigation calls out really large companies like McDonald's, Whole Foods.
Funny they said McDonald's and McDowell in the same shit. Coming to America, we just had that. Like, it's all kinds of. It's like the universe is really just letting you know. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you're on the right track. Keep looking. I'm in here. I'm sending you shit. I like that. I love that. Go keep doing that. All synchronicities to me are ancestral signs that they're working and whatever, that they're in the mix, if you will, in my opinion. But like, yeah, that's great. I forget, that made me forget what I was about to say. Let me keep going.
General Mills, do they know what is happening, and have they responded to your reporting?
Well, just to make a distinction between how these goods are ending up in the supply chains of some of these biggest products. Some big companies buy directly from big prison farms and others through third-party suppliers. So I think it depends on how closely they are connected to the actual.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Y'all keep showing all these black folks, but they done shown some other folks here and there. So I was making sure they wasn't just showing only black folks.
Initial purchase, whether or not they know.
Did anything surprise you during your research as you conducted this investigation? And where do you see this going in the future?
I think really
Yeah, I had that ringing in my ear yesterday, and it lasted particularly longer than it should have, which I was cool with that. I feel like it's some kind of download or notification or something. And I sit there and I really kind of just chill during that time and just let it flow through.
Probably just surprised us most was the lack of protections if something went wrong. I think there are a lot of things to continue looking at in this area, things that, I can't really talk about here, but
Appreciate that,
but
Nikki.
this is really a rich area for investigation.
Robin McDowell, we really appreciate your reporting on the.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
Let me save that. Much love to you, Nikki. I appreciate the gifts. Let me save that and but yeah. Look, I could have clicked on any of these, y'all. Right? I literally could have clicked on any of these. All I typed in was inmates working for corporations, and in that one in particular, that's how you know it was the right one because it had all the synchronicities. It had the motherfucking amendment in that bitch, McDowell in that bitch. The McDowell was the icing on the cake, and then mentioning McDonald's and McDowell together was like the cherry on the icing. You know what I'm saying? Of the cake. It's like, okay, really? Okay, I was literally just okay. That's cool. All right, I was just showing the arches, but I was gonna click on that one at first. But I didn't. It's just crazy how things work. So yeah, get off of this and back over to those amendments. Or well, as I was showing too, YT folks could also be enslaved, right? They could be sold or whipped. Let me read this. I never did read it, my bad. Some of y'all know I read it, but if any person shall unlawfully assault or threaten another in any menacing manner, or shall strike or wound another, he shall be, upon conviction thereof, be fined in a sum of exceeding $100, and the court before whom such conviction shall be had may, in the discretion, cause the offender to enter into recognizance with surety for the peace and good behavior for a term not exceeding 1 year. But then it says, when any person or persons shall be on conviction of any crime or breach of any penal law be sentenced to pay a fine or fines with or without cost of prosecution, it shall and may be unlawful. It may be lawful for the court before whom such conviction shall be had to order the sheriff to sell or hire the persons or two persons so convicted to service to any person or persons who may pay the said fine and cost for such term of time as the said court shall judge reasonable. So think about this. It's basically saying if convicted of a crime and you get convicted and you can't pay these fines, the sheriff has the right to sell or hire you out, as they're hiring people out like we just saw for the other things, or back then sell you, okay, and sell you for service, right, to any person, black or white, as any person, black or white, could be convicted of a crime. Any person could buy you, right, or persons who may pay for the said fines to buy them, any person, for the cost of such terms of time. Because some people were slaves for a term of time. Because some people were slaves, if they were slaves for a term of time, it means that they would have been slaves because of a crime. Not because they came here on a boat. Not because they were some African. Some people could be on a slave schedule who were convicted of a crime. How would you know, though? How would you know if your ancestor was on a slave schedule, whether it was because of a crime or it was because of a they came from Africa? There is no way to know, per se. Well, I would continue to follow my lineage back. I would look for that person's surname on Indian rolls and look back further. We know, I don't want to get into all that. We can find, but I'm just trying to say, look, if you were just basically going off a slave schedule, just the way a slave schedule looks, there is no way that it says whether you were a slave because you were convicted of a crime, or whether you are a perpetual slave that came here from Africa. It would have been all together, right? And you just were a slave. Now, I'm not saying all together like Tyreek could say it was all together and y'all just mixed together and blah blah blah. No, that's not what I mean. It was on the census form. A slave was a slave was a slave was a slave. A slave was also a family member that lived in the house. A slave was also a person who could have been on there for it. We don't know, and that's the fucked up thing. They trying to hold people to this slavery story when they know for sure that they purposely did the paperwork like that on purpose. All right, but let's keep going. For a time as the court deemed was reasonable. So basically, if you got, like today, you get sentenced to 5 years in prison for selling pounds. Well, now it's gonna be somebody's gonna be like, oh, you got sentenced to 5 years. How much is the fine? $300. I'll pay the $300. You'll come work for me for 5 years, and at the end of the 5 years, you get released. That's basically what it was. And you were my slave. I'm your master. I'm watching over you because we don't have a big prison corporation like they do now, where they got these big complexes. Back then, you didn't have these big complexes. So you would utilize the public when the little small prison system you do have built gets over flooded. You got it flooded because people not paying the fines. You need to put more people in jail, so you're going to start to sell people out, and they will become so-called slaves. Now, think about it. The reason why I'm going that far into it is because don't they say today they call you all, not you all, us all, they call us all criminals today. All you black people are criminals. I can't go anywhere without some black person just scaring me. I can't go to the black side of town today. I might have to carry my pistol. I have to defend myself. I remember like when I worked for AT&T and I was a technician. On the east side of Oklahoma City is where I'm from. Where my grandma's came from. My gifting is suspended for 10 minutes, y'all, because of what I'm doing, apparently. I don't know, man. TikTok is on some bullshit these days. Ever since whatever they done updated. But my gifting is suspended. But y'all know I don't do this for gifts, so I don't really give a damn. Just I'd rather do that. It could take my gifts away the whole time and just leave my goddamn visibility, to be honest. What's up, Uncle? Good morning. Yeah, they could take my gifting away 100% and leave me visibility, nigga, and let me get my followers up. I care about my people getting information. I don't give a fuck about a gift. Not to say I don't appreciate y'all gifts. I appreciate it. It's an energy exchange to me. Y'all know I don't really, and y'all know I don't need the money and all that other stuff. But y'all like to do, y'all still like to give, and I like to. I love to receive that. It's an energy exchange. You know what I'm saying? And I adore and appreciate you all wanting to exchange that energy my way. But as far as for TikTok and doing this for gifts, they can suck a fat one. Y'all can suck a dick, TikTok. I'm gonna say what the fuck I want to say. Just don't take my visibility away. I guess I can't say too much. I don't want my visibility always restricted. I do, because one thing I do have to realize is if I want to touch as many people as possible with this information, I'm gonna have to play some rules to the game. You know what I'm saying? So I might clean up a little bit my language here and there, but that's kind of hard. But I might try to clean up some of my language here and there. But as far as the gift and shit, I don't give a damn. Because I'm gonna talk about my topic. And as far as topics, I don't give a damn either. I'm gonna talk about these topics. I wonder why those United States recognized Indians talk about slavery as much as it happened. I wonder why those United States recognized Indians talk about slavery as much as it happened. You know what? Hmm. Man, now that I see your name Cole, every time I see the word Cole, I gotta think about it. Cause I don't know if you was here earlier, but Cole, for those who missed it too, I'm talking about Drea Cole here in the comments. But those who missed it too, when we was looking at those surnames, Cole is means black too, like coal, like dark like coal, Coal, black. I don't know if you were here earlier. So when I saw that, I was like, see, there goes a coal right there, and that's crazy, man. That's just still crazy to me. Um, no, my bad. I forgot what you said. I done got lost in your name. You said I wonder about the United States recognizing. They talk about slavery. Yeah, really. As much as they really just used the propagandized overview of slavery because they wasn't around when slavery was going on. Most of them weren't even here. Most of them didn't show up to like 1880 and afterwards. To be honest with you. Uh, yeah, you have to play chess with YT. Their system is unfair, and we're targeted exactly because we ain't talking about nothing. Especially myself, I ain't talking about nothing too crazy. Don't get me wrong. I do be saying some crazy shit sometimes. I do be good. When I be joking around and shit. But my topics, some of these topics, will get flagged too. And sometimes I'm reading from the newspapers, government documents and stuff like that, and it still get flagged. What's that? Walk the line, boss. Execute the plan. Exactly. Gotta. It's all about spreading this info. Mm. You said your middle name? Ah, Drea Lacole Vanity. Oh, okay. Lacole Vanity. Yeah, I was here. That's what's up. Oh, I had to do a little puzzle. It's like we need you to do the puzzle as if it doesn't know that I'm already I'm being active on here. Can you do another live about the African museums? I might have to do that because that was funny as hell. I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna pull up some new museums, some other shit. I'm gonna try to find some new things to add to it, to add with it. You know what I'm saying, to keep it fresh. But that's a good one. That's damn sure a good one. Appreciate that, CR. Appreciate y'all. See, that's crazy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, I forgot. I don't know. Got lost in the sauce. I be getting lost in the sauce. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We was talking about the what you call it. So let me just finish reading this real quick. Um, So the sentence or sold shall abscond the no judges was reasonable. And if such person or persons before the term of such servitude shall be expired, he or she so absconding shall on conviction before a justice of the peace be whipped with 39 stripes, and shall moreover serve 2 days for every one lost. Says the judge of several courts of the territory in charge of the grand jury, whatever, whatever. So yeah, now this talks about the other thing, which is about something else. In approving agreement on the 39 stripes. They're talking about it down here, but they're talking about it more from a rich man versus poor man situation. Like basically, if you got the money to pay for your fines, you won't get sold, and basically it means that only poor people are going to be sold into slavery. And just think about that. They came over here and played a game with us. They instituted the capital system. We already had some kind of capital. I don't want to say that. We had capital systems before they came over here. We had money systems before they came over here, but they made theirs the main one, I would say. Um, over time, you know what? I don't even want to say that they made us poor because we had all the wealth in the South. I don't even want to say that. You know what? X all that whole any of us was poor. I don't know. We weren't always poor. No, no, no. Never mind. But they're talking about poor men and rich people. The differences between some of them ended up in the situation of getting sold because they couldn't pay their jail fines. So that's mainly what they're talking about. But my main thing with this is that law is still to that. So my main thing is to kind of wrap this particular Dred Scott thing up. If the slave code of 1860 has a clause about Africans people admitting to be Africans, not about Africans, but people admitting to being Africans, right? If they have a clause about that and saying you're not a citizen, and the Dred Scott decision was based upon said decision, and the only way the Dred Scott decision was supposed to be overturned was supposed to be the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery, but slavery still exists like it still existed back, like it existed back in the days. It existed as crime and punishment, just like it existed as crime and punishment back in the day here, right? For anybody. But the Dred Scott decision will make you think that any enslaved person, but we just now know that that's not true, because any enslaved person wouldn't be the actual people. Appreciate that, nigga. I just seen that. Any enslaved person could be somebody who's in jail, right? We know for sure that this phrase, which is why it's not in the transcript, it's in the actual just feel good portion of this website. The person that just narrate this, the narrator, we know for a fact that enslaved people were not just only citizens, because citizens could be enslaved, right? That's all you got. That's all I got to do to prove that this motherfucker is lying right here. Citizens can be enslaved because they could be enslaved for crime and punishment, right? Which would mean that they were not Africans. They were people who were from here who were just enslaved. Okay. And the 13th Amendment did not take that away. But now we got to look at the 14th Amendment, which is the birthright citizenship. I got that up already. Look, y'all, man, I'ma just give y'all a little game, you know what I'm saying? Again, not whatever, just you look. If you like shoes, dress shoes, I should say. If you like dress shoes, nigga, go on this sale right now. Now I know this shoe says $74. It's 50% off of that right now. The shoe is normally $145. I bought this bitch yesterday for half of this $74. What is that? 30 some dollars? Nigga, I copped 6 pairs of shoes yesterday for 30 something dollars in shoes. Nigga, I spent like $260. I got like 6 or 7 pairs of shoes. Nigga, they about to show up. I don't know if y'all in the shoes like I'm in the shoes, nigga. Like these shoes. I need to be a new pair of whites. But $35, nigga, and these dress shoes, looks like I took the last 9. No, they got some more 9.5. My Aldos are high end, like not high end, like they like next to high end. They like a category. They would be like equivalent to like Michael Kors, on the price scale, or like your not guess what's that, Coach, like those kind of brands. They would kind of be equivalent to that. They like your step before you get to like Versace or some other shit, and you paying $500 to $1,000 a shoe. They shoes will usually run you 145, but when you can get they shoes for $35, you better go there and get you some goddamn shoes. Say, where you going in those shoes? Shit, all I do is dress up. All I do is dress up. Let me show y'all the shoes. Hold on. See, your boy done. I got like, yeah, all I do is dress up. I probably got like 3 pair of denims. And I probably got like 40, 25, 30 pair of dress pants and 20 blazers and 50 shirts, dress shirts. That's all I do is dress up. Unless I'm just working or sitting around the crib. Uh, if I'm just working and sitting around the crib, yeah, I usually look like I don't give a damn, to be honest. Info at Puretronic. Hold on, y'all. What the hell? I was gonna try to show y'all some of the other ones. Yeah, just to show y'all. Yeah, here's another pair of shoe I bought. Look at the motherfuckers right there. That's forest green. That's Forest Green. I'm gonna get my Forest Whitaker on in this bitch. Y'all don't understand. I got some Forest Green pants that I ain't never found those shoes to fucking fit. I mean, to now those are 124, so I actually paid a little bit more for those, but I got half off of that, so I only paid like 60 something dollars for the shoe. $160 shoe. That's like $100 off. You know what I'm saying? Look at them motherfuckers, niggas. Yeah, I'm just having to look. Go get you some shoes for $30 or $60. You know what I'm saying? Like, step your shoe game up. It's $30. Say they clean now, right? Right. So that's my color right there. I'm telling you, man. Go get you a pair, man. I'm a sales ass nigga. Look, I got luxury belts and little luxury things, little Versace belts and shit. I buy that shit on goddamn motherfucking Saks off Fifth Avenue, nigga. I'm not paying retail. I'm not going to the Versace store. Unless you know, nah, I haven't done that yet either. I ain't even took a girl to the Versace store. I bought some girls Versace and other shit. I buy that shit at goddamn Saks off Fifth. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'm about to pay two. It's still gonna cost you like if you want a Versace shoe from like Saks off Fifth, it's still gonna cost you like two, three, $400. But that's not 1,000. That's not 1,200. Here you go, baby. Got you some red bottles. You know what I'm saying? She gonna feel special like a motherfucker, and I am too for that $3, $5, $4, $500. That's still kind of excessive, but I'm cool with some luxury. I think if you get some like a lot of my excuse me, a lot of my clothes come from Express, and to be honest with you, I get all my clothes on goddamn. I don't buy Express clothes on motherfucking for regular price, nigga. You see that? You see what it says right here? 40 to 50% off everything. That's what I'm clicking, nigga, every time. Fuck you me. And if you ain't got nothing I want in the extra clearance section, nigga, I'm out. Okay. I do not have to flex that bad, nigga, and make a nigga think. How my live visibility is restricted because I'm talking about this stuff. I don't know, man. Shit's weird. But I ain't got to flex. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to come up in here. I'm going to look at the suits, look at the shirts, and on clearance. I'm always going to go to their little clearance. And here in Dallas, they got some express outlet mall. They got outlet malls and they got expresses in there. And they also got Saks off Fifth in one of them. They got a Nordstrom's rack out here. They got a few things. I done bought girls. I done bought people some some all pink Versace shoes with the little Versace medallion on the front. Them bitches usually be like over $1,000. I think I paid like 280 to 300 one time on the sale on them bitches. You know, so I mean, and me, I you know the little luxury things you can keep them forever. You know what I'm saying? Sprinkle your little luxury in there, you good. You know. Burlington has some having some rental design. No, yeah, I ain't been Burlington. They do have some Burlingtons here in Dallas. I haven't been in a while, but no, I used to go to some. You know why I don't go to Burlington no more? Because they don't have my sizes. They got dress shirts. I can't even talk. They got dress shirts. Mm. But I mean, they got small. Like I'm a small and a sometimes extra small with my small ass. Or at least I like my shit real tight and fitted without having to go get it tailored. And sometimes I still may have to go get some pants tailored. If I really want the pants because they're really nice, I'll get them and go get them tailored. But I'd rather buy things that already fit. And typically, things at Burlington for me don't really be fitting, even when I find some good shit. So a lot of times I just be shopping at Express now because that's just they got the sizes I want. Sometimes I can find some shit at Dillard's. Sometimes I can find some shit at Dillard's, you know, but even they small dress shirts tend to not have a fitted type of cut to it. I don't know. I think y'all know what I'm talking about. Hmm. Yeah, shit. What Taylor's kid? Yeah, and that's probably what I gotta do. Like if it, and I didn't think about it. Like if I should probably go up to Burlington and go back to the stores I used to go to because I used to find some cool shit at Marshalls. Sometimes you find some shit at Marshalls and sometimes Ross. Sometimes you'll find a cool little something at Ross. I done found a couple cool dress shirts at Ross. They just didn't fit like I wanted to. But if you find a shirt that you really like that you ain't gonna see, yeah, you can just get that bitch tailored. Mm. That's why we need reparations and what they stole from us to create our own. Exactly. Because we know what we like, we know how we fit. That own a lot of smaller companies, you'll drive yourself crazy. Exactly. Mm. TJ Maxx, Ross too. They're messy too. Some of them stores do be a little messy. Nice gifts last forever. I'm sure those ladies were grateful. Yeah, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Things didn't work afterwards, but I'm sure they stomping around them with some nigga. Little does he know. And in many cases, I ain't even gonna lie. It'd be, I ain't never had nobody buy this. And that's cool. You know what I'm saying? That's what you want. You know what I'm saying? Leave a little impression. Sometimes they be back. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they be back. You know, so no love lost to the ladies when love does not make it. You know, sometimes there's no love lost. We can always come back together for a little something, for a little time. You said I'm sorry. I was replying to. No, I figured I was reading. When I read, I was like, I figured it was just what you was doing on code about the boycott of stores. I think we'll be able to find more cotton fabric now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Not stopping around. Some niggas. Yeah, he probably complimenting on to damn baby, them bad. Where you get this? Oh, I just had them around. You came out studying, baby. You welcome, sir. I made it look good, a little extra good for you today. I was just playing. I don't care. I'm on to something else. Shit. I'm on to somebody else. It don't matter to me. Shit. I don't give a damn. Because you got to think about it. Some men will be mad at like Mr. McDowell. Some men will be mad that they bought a girl a bunch of things and then the relationship doesn't work out. I don't really care about that. As long I really care if I done bought a little bit of stuff in the beginning and we ain't really fucked yet. I ain't really done that much like that, but there's been one or two girls that I may have done a little bit too much extra in the beginning, and we didn't even turn around and start having sex yet or anything. I know yeah, whatever. Well, whatever. But yeah, that's kind of the men's goal. Okay, just to be honest with you. But we want to make it feel special. We want to make it feel good. Okay, at the same time, we just trying to whatever. Y'all get me. But I'm not. It's still no love lost. Like some people will be mad. Like, man, I did all this for her, did all that for her, took her out to these nice places, this and that. That's just part of the process. You know what I'm saying? It's part of the process. You know what I'm saying? I'm not no super trick like that, but I will say dating is different in certain cities. Now, I come from Oklahoma. I'm gonna see what y'all been saying today. I'm kind of ranting, but I come from Oklahoma, so to be honest, in Oklahoma City, dating is a lot cheaper because there are not a lot of big restaurants like that, like in here in Dallas. Dallas got 5-star restaurants all over the place. Okay, if you're in the inner city, especially. Uh, And so the girls expect to go to some of those, okay? And I ain't mad at them. I can understand it. But you can also be strategic too. I tell people you can be strategic. There are a woman doesn't just necessarily want a 5-star restaurant. They just want a non-franchise restaurant. They just want some place to know that you thought about a place and not just like let's go to Applebee's up the street. Papa Do's down here. Exactly. Papa Do's hella good. Papa Do's is worth it. It's gonna hit you. 2 drinks and 2 entrees each person. That's about 150 to 200. It's- Poof, money gone. You know what I'm saying? But it's a cool experience and it's cool. Definitely good food. But like, You can be strategic. They just want you to make sure you. So like here in Deep Ellum, where I live, it's like downtown almost, like right next to downtown. Um, Lots of restaurants that people have never heard of before. You could take a girl out to any of these places, and a lot of the entrees are between $12 to $25, something like that. Not to where you go to places where the entree start at 20 something dollars and end up in the hundreds somehow. You know what I mean? But they still are gonna feel special. The ambience is different. They never heard of the place, this and then the third, whatever. So, your dating game don't have to be all expensive, but it is different here because also you got different competition, right? So, yeah, you can make down any type of girl you want to, right? But in Oklahoma, let's just say there's not a lot of rich people like that. Okay, there's certain rich areas, one or two. Other than that, everybody's pretty much living under a certain standard, and it's really not that hard. You know what I'm saying? So you can stand out above the people. Just me living in the suburbs in Oklahoma at a $80,000 salary made me look like a little bit of a baller. I had me a little BMW. You know what I'm saying? My wife at the time had a little Lexus. You know what I'm saying? And a little 2008, a little 2007. Um, mm a little used couple used cars and a little suburb crib, you know what I'm saying? Nothing too big. A little 3 bedroom, 2 bath, nothing too big. But we was in the suburbs in Edmond, where the so-called white folks was or whatever. So you don't need much. But you come out here to Dallas, that's niggas. There's on average, some niggas is out here making 150 to 300K. You know what I'm saying? On average, and I'm up in that average, but on average, niggas is making somewhere around that. And then you got a lot of niggas. A lot of people still making your normal, which is nothing wrong with that at all. You can still get through. But what I'm just saying is that it's a lot more competition. If you're trying to holler at some of the more top end women, you gotta understand that some niggas is out there throwing bread like crazy. Even though you ain't trying to throw bread, or you could try to act like you ain't gonna throw no bread and take a girl to Applebee's. And don't get me wrong, if you look good enough and you got good enough personality, you could probably get ass to Applebee's or some shit. Don't get me wrong, it can still happen. You know what I mean? But you do have a lot of women here that no, not a lot, but some women here that nigga, they accustomed to being offered some of these high end restaurants. They accustomed to some of them done been driven around in a motherfucking Maybach or something. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got a Maybach for them. I'm on my way to a Maybach, but I ain't got a Maybach for them. Mm. But it's not all about money. It's just a different kind of caliber of city. It's just like Dallas is gonna be different than dating in Miami. You go to Miami, now niggas out there, some of them are posing and they lying. Some of them got hella bread. You know what I'm saying? And people are riding around in all kind of cars. Girls done been in every kind of supercar imaginable out there. And if you wanna, not that you still can't pull them, no either. Not that you still can't pull these people. You know what I'm saying? You can, conversation, looks, and personality, all that shit can still pull anybody, But even when you pull them, a lot of women are still gonna want certain things. You know what I'm saying? Some of them will buy it for you too. You know what I'm saying? So it can go both ways. It ain't gotta always be the whatever. I'm a breadwinner kind of nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm just kind of ranting right now as I finish smoking. I'm a breadwinner kind of person. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do things. I love giving gifts. I love giving gifts. Period. Like even to my children. You know what I'm saying? They're adults now. I got two adult children and one small child. But I could, Christmas, birthday, stuff like that. I do like the act of giving. So hell yeah, I'm gonna give to my girl. You know what I'm saying? Or any type of woman or women that might be in my life. You know what I'm saying? That might be in my life at the time. You know what I'm saying? And it's just all, like it don't have to be um for any particular goal either. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as goal like marriage and stuff like that. If marriage is your goal, marriage is your goal. You know what I'm saying? If marriage is not your goal and you just want to find you somebody to chill with, just find you somebody to chill with and be honest with them, man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's in different phases in their life. I'm in a certain phase in my life, you know what I'm saying? That uh it is whatever. Let me stop talking about all this. Niggas just be going. y'all just be letting me go. They're like, how we gonna stop your ranting ass? What's up, peace, Gus? I just had height and I was good. See, yeah, crew, what I ain't got that now. I ain't even gonna lie. I am 5'9", nigga. 5'9", 5'10" if I have the right shoe on. Okay. So I do not have the height. And you know what, my old best friend, man, he got height. That nigga was like 6'4", 6'5" or whatever, man. And when we be talking to girls, I be telling him, I be like, man, you got the height, man. He be like, man, it ain't really just that easy sometimes, man. I be like, nigga, quit lying. Y'all said, quit your motherfucking lie, nigga. You know you can see it. You know you sense it. Them girls love a tall nigga. Okay, I get it. All right. And that's why I try to find me a. I don't know why my visibility keeps getting restricted. Nigga, I don't get it. I don't get it. But anyways, girls like a tall nigga. I don't give a fuck what they saying. What TikTok mad about. But they do like a tall nigga like that. So and look, I I'm gonna mostly look for women that are gonna be on a shorter stature than me. But I'm not afraid of a taller chick either. I had a girl one time. She was 5'11". Nigga, I'm 5'9". I ain't never had to look up to kiss. That was weird. You ever look up to kiss as a man? That I can see how it's a little emasculating. It's a little emasculating. I ain't gonna lie to you. I told that to her too. I like, look, man, look, you fine as hell, all this other stuff. And she was tall and thick, and she was a model overseas from London. She was Bermuda. Her mom was from Bermuda. Her dad was South African. So I was a little South African. I had it. I don't understand y'all, but her mom was Bermuda. I was trying to. I'm over here making excuses. I was trying to get her back to this side of the Indian game. But anyways, yeah, she was tall, and big. You know what I'm saying, thicker than me. So it was weird. Not it wasn't weird. It was just like I said, emasculating a little bit. I can. It made me realize I see why women really say they want somebody taller than them, because when they're looking up to the man, it makes them feel a certain kind of way. Just like when I'm looking up to the women, not that I don't look up to the women, I look up to y'all. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate, love the women like that, but when I have to physically look up, yeah, it's a thing. He said 5'9" is average height for men. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I'm on that average side of the game on that, you know what I'm saying? But I'm above average in other areas, you feel me? Yeah, anyway. Uh but on that side of the game, that's where your boy at. And I'm cool with it. But also, and look, I'll say this, fuck the TikTok restrictions, man. I'm gonna just say this little TMI. Y'all ready? Hitting a girl that's taller than you and bigger than you, like in size and everything and everything from the back, that's crazy. I almost feel like I can't even control it, man. I almost feel like she knocked my ass off the motherfucking bed, nigga, when she tried to throw that ass back. I said, whoa, goddamn, girl, hold up. I said, goddamn, girl, hold up. I'm trying to. It was amazing though, man. It was good times. It was fun. Oh man, I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? That shit trip me out though, boy. If you ain't never done it, if you ain't never been with a woman that's taller than you and she thick and everything, try it out, man. You probably fall in love. You probably will fall in love. I almost did. No, I lied. I did for a little bit, but we ain't work out all the way. It's all good. But that's cool too. Well, to be honest, That's a long story. I ain't, but yeah. I always think that a short fellas be here. Up for the challenge. I'm up for the challenge, goddamn. Yeah, I can't breathe. Need cleats. I'm telling y'all, man, boy, it's crazy. It was an enjoyable experience, but it also made you be like, okay, yeah, women are supposed to be with the men that are bigger than them on average, taller than them and everything. I'm supposed to be manhandling my woman, okay? Not the other way around. Okay. And I was still manhandling, don't get me wrong. I still was in that thing. You know what I'm saying? I still will flip her ass around. It may take a second. It may take a second for me to flip her ass around, but I'm gonna flip your big ass around. And when I say big, she wasn't like big like heavy set. She was just thick. I should show y'all what she looked like, but let me not do that. Mm, let me not do that. But yeah, yeah, I'm still a man in that motherfucking shit. She still got what she needed several times every time in that thing. You know what I'm saying? I just had to, deal with some things I never had to deal with before. So okay, let me get off that topic before TikTok ban my ass. So yeah, man. Before I get banned in this bitch. I really am kind of through most of what I was wanting to talk about to y'all today. Look, I'm gonna show y'all my little presentation real quick though. Mm. Y'all crazy, y'all heads cracking up down there. That's my brother. Wow. Challenges are part of life. That's right on TikTok. Yeah, TikTok gonna ban your ass for that. They don't want you out here. That's kids on this app, Sam. Kids don't want to hear all that shit. All right, I understand. I ain't gonna go too much deeper. That's what she said. All right. All right. So I'm gonna just show y'all real quick too my presentation of what I was gonna show Tariq on some real quick challenge your ethnogenesis real fast type of shit. Cause he kept saying we all mix. So if and this can go for any of y'all. Any of y'all can do this if any of y'all make it up there. First thing you want to do is hold them to a timeline and be like, okay, can agree first that I'm gonna be like, all right, yeah, I just want to discuss this ethnogenesis thing, right? So we can agree first that 1803 Louisiana Purchase relegated white folks mostly to the eastern side of America, meaning all of these people were without white contact except for the few French and Spanish. And what I'll do is, I hadn't done it yet, I'll pull up the sources, which will quickly show the amount of French and Spanish in the area at the time. I'm gonna also have the slave records to show the total amount of us, right? So the purpose of that is to not only distinguish a timeline between these people and the so-called mixing and all this. They can fight their own battle for right now. They didn't all mix either, but I ain't even dealing with that. I'm just gonna deal with this, and how these people didn't mix like that, and also showing how slavery didn't happen to most people in the United States other than these folks until after this time. Okay, but so it's like, okay, you relegate them to the Louisiana Purchase. Then it's like, okay, so white folks were relegated to here. Not enough Spaniards and French people and Indians to say that they had us enslaved. Remember, I'll pull up the so-called Indian numbers at that time, which say there was about like, what did it say? Like 300 something thousand so-called Indians at the time on record, compared to 3 something million blacks. Or if you just put these two states alone had damn near almost 500 to 600,000 in them collectively, and then you put these other areas that were all Indian areas, You talking about over 1 million people just in this area alone. So that already instantly says that you look, and that 300,000 Indian number, or sorry, Indian Native American number was spread across the entire United States. So if you talk about just how many of that number was here, you talking about less than 100,000 to be in this zone if they were there, and they would have to have over 1 million people enslaved. And that's impossible, right? So that's already showing the absurdity quick. Okay, so we relegated to the fact that these people who are the real people here were not enslaved here. They must have been the Indians who were here, right? Okay, if he wants to believe that or not. But that at least shows that it's absurd that 6,000 and Spaniards and maybe 10,000 French people and 100,000 possible Indians wouldn't have 1 million plus people enslaved. And then from that point, you talk about the Dancer Rabbit Treaty sending people over to here and how these people started black on towns right after 1830. You're talking about these people right here only having European contact between 1804 and 1830 before they took off and started mixing amongst themselves only over here. That's nowhere near enough to have some kind of ethnogenesis. Also, of course, I'll show the numbers where it shows here that the total amount of free people and mulattoes does not show that a whole bunch of mulattoes was running around here. So that also shows even more so no ethnogenesis. If you want to say a bunch of Africans here came here out of that number, then that's where I have the other thing that I had pulled up, which I actually made a folder. I called it Tariq. To where I'm gonna actually hit you with this right here, saying where the Harvard EDU David Eltis says that they only have records of about 90,000 Africans, and when you go on the website now, that number keeps going down. When you go there now, I actually had it pulled up. Let me see if I still got it pulled up. No, let me pull it back up. African origin slave voyages. Enslaved people of African origins, right? How many people are listed in there? Enslaved people of African origins. Well, last time I looked, it was around 90,000. It's done went down to 75,000 since I've looked at it. I don't know how it goes down. I'm not tripping. I don't know somebody. I don't know how it goes down, but I'm also not tripping. So the math definitely ain't about Tariq gonna take all these talking points and flip it. Watch why you already know. So I'm gonna be like, if these people are supposedly the Africans that have the ethnogenesis for, we can also go over here and see the locations post embarkation St. Helena. So that's St. Helena Island. So some of these will show. I think that's St. Helena Island, or is that St. Helena in the no, that I think that might be like here, Trinidad, Tobago, Kingston. So St. Helena here isn't one of the, I think I might be thinking of something else. I think that's St. Helena in the Caribbean. So a lot of these are going to the Caribbean. Freetown, post embarkation, captive, disembarkation, Freetown, embarkation from Lagos. Yeah. So not even all this 75 number. Trinidad, Tobago. Whoops. They got names. The names are illegible on that one. Trinidad, Tobago. Like a lot of these are going to different to over there. I mean, it's 9,000 pages. You have to go through all of them, and there might be a way to sort it to see who all just came to the United States. But that right there again. That'll show them, okay, well, not a lot of people came here. So those people mixing in with, even if you just want to look at the slave number without looking at the free, mixing in with 3.2 million, they would just be absorbed into us. And one, we don't even know if they mix. We can't say for certain that these people here ever even decided to mix with somebody coming in from a boat. Because if these people were already here, like what he likes to say, everybody was just mixed in. I would like to see proof of where they was just mixed in. Just because they was mixed in terminologies where they be like, hey, any Negro or Indian, blah, 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 or Negro and Indian slaves, just because they might have been mixed in, or maybe they might have been on the same plantation with one or two of us, that still doesn't mean that they procreated with anybody. With any of those people. Okay, just like we don't be, A lot of times we don't procreate with those folks today like that. Unless they either got hella money. Like a lot of the Africans today either done got a ton of money because they done scammed their way up to some bullshit and they got some money or whatever the case, right? And they end up coming to some of y'all women and they spending hella cash on y'all, acting like they a baller. And y'all will fall for, oh, they got money like that. Y'all don't understand. African men, they'll pay for this, that. Yeah, they spending their money like little kids. Yeah, I'll be damned. There was this one girl one time, she told me, yeah, no, I had this one guy, he would buy lunch for me and my friends every time. It was never a thing. Yeah, that was just his culture to buy. If I bring me and my homegirls with me, he's buying lunch for all of us and blah blah blah. And I did it all the time. I was like, shit, you ain't doing that shit with me. I don't know who the fuck your homegirls is. And if they show up, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if I'm a goddamn millionaire. I don't know y'all. I don't haphazardly just spend money on people like that. Now, if it's a celebratory thing, like, oh, hey, they joined us for this celebration or whatever. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm definitely a host. And hey, come on in, enjoy the food. Come enjoy the festivities. But if you just gonna show up, oh yeah, I just brought my friend along and us that, they be putting it on a credit card. A credit card with somebody else's name on it. What about mixing us up on paper though through reclassification? In a sense, you can say that on the reclassification, mixing us up. I would say I'm thinking in my head like what I would say. I would say I would still want to see paperwork. Reclassification with like, okay, so let's just say this. Walter Plecker started reclassifying people through the vital statistics in the 1900s, like 1920s, around the 1928, 26, or 24, I'm sorry, one of those, Indian Citizenship Act, where they started giving those fake Indian citizenship. So that's a little later for the reclassification, but a lot of people point to Plecker because it was important. A lot of people point to Plecker, but a lot of your reclassification did start during the census. And I know what you mean because in a sense, all the European blacks were classified to blacks. All the American blacks were classified to black. And all of any possible Africans possibly would have been put in there and been classified on a census record in that status. Yes, I can see that. Now, does that make them mixed in with the Indians? I still say, because I would say this, if this number had a certain threshold, and this is just my own take. So this is just my own take. But if this number had a more I keep clicking on McDowell, had more of a threshold to these numbers than 75,000, even the 300,000, if it was still that, I would, and it was substantiated by manifest, which of course we know it aren't, but if it was, I'd give that some claim to a so-called, I wouldn't say ethnogenesis, but I will say that the people came over and more people will have some type of African in them. But I do believe that since we're not seeing hardly no paperwork, and not just because the paperwork only came from the 1700s, because they said that they were looking from the 1500s to the 1580 to 1800 or to 1900. Excuse me. 1580 to 1900. So like, so not to say that there wouldn't be any records, but I'm just saying like there has to be a threshold for these numbers in order for me to say with the African numbers, in order for me to be like, yeah, we just all mixed in. with the African number being so low at this time, for me personally, I'd say, nah, if anybody did, if it was, especially if it was 75,000, they would just, the few in, they just would have been, it's almost like, kind of like on my tree. I'll show you. Kind of like on my tree. And this is pretty much how I would. That was a really good question. This is how I would explain it to Tariq, because that would probably be something he would say. So let's just say this. So this is Thomas Christian Love, right? He is the one supposed to be YT person on my tree. Well, French Nancy was white. I will say French Nancy was white. The records say that she talked about being white. She was pale, this and then the third. Everybody says that she was a clear mulatto between the union of these people. And I use this to say that, yes, if she was clearly a white person and admitted in all these documents, and she comes out looking black like she does, then that means Ali Kuhio Hash, the actual real Indian who didn't come from France. She came from France. That's why it's French Nancy. That means he was a black person as an Indian. So I use this interracial marriage to kind of prove the existence of the black Indian. And she does have a slight mulatto appearance on her picture, but let's just say this. This was the main white folks and two white folks, let's just say two. They came in. Now after this, you got black, and she mixes in with black. They mix in with the blacks who had came from black, right? Which mixed in with black, right? Which mixed into black. Basically, they're gone, right? Okay? And even in caste systems, they would say that. So, yes, if an African did make now if your tree was full of Africans back here, if you had an African paperwork for this person, this was African paperwork, that was African, and this was Indian, and this was Indian, or something else, and a YT, and an African, then I would say, yeah, because a lot of your progeny from that is going to continuously be what those people were. But these people were a bunch of Indians before this white folks got in here. So these people would likely be Indians before an African would have got in there. And then the African would have made it with more Indians, unless I found their paperwork to have said an African. So that's kind of how I would explain it. If you have a lot of your ancestors, and these people right here go back far, 1730 could have came. That's time. 1715 is when they said people were coming in on boats. The bulk of importation, and this is what I would show him if he was asked. I would show him that document where it shows the bulk of the importations coming in between 1715 to 1808. So that means that all my people in this area, and of course I need to find some more, but some of these people still kind of far back, 1800 slavery times. But these people right here, now these people was in Ireland, that's from the white folks, 1746 coming over here from the white folks, likely, 1746 coming over here. 1713, Indian, Alika Hill-Hash. 1730, French Nancy. She was in Mississippi. Scott Rooster, about 1790. Josie Bruner, about 1790. Scott could mean like a Scottish person. Roller Scott, which means they could have a Scott mix, or maybe they don't. So far, I don't see any paperwork, but maybe going further back, there might be a Scott. Or maybe the Scots were here first. Could be the thing too. But regardless of that, French Nancy, they call her that because she did come from France. And there's this whole story about the French wars and stuff like that. But long story, even though I keep going into it. So yeah, all my people, now for me, it's a whole lot different because we went to Oklahoma and I got a lot of paperwork. Oh, and I wanted to say another thing too, real quick before I say that. So the other way around with this, so like I showed my person, white person gets in, mixes with Indians, and nothing but Indians or black people come out, and he's pretty much washed out. On the contrary, when he had mulatto children with her, if they had those, if they were mulattoes, when they had those children, his sister Lucina Love, she got with a YT person, even further whitening out her line. And in fact, she's a normal Chickasaw Indian. He's a freedman. But the original came from Ali Kuhio Hash, who we know was black because he got with a white chick, made a mulatto, which got with another white dude, which made a freedman. The black still was around enough to get that label after a couple generations of mixing. Whereas the YT can get mixed out pretty quick. But that's why they start going into having children of the YT. So to me, I believe these people came in during the time, got with some people, either had kids or just took over their family and asserted themselves as surnames or whatever. I don't know. And out of their children, they would encourage them to get with YTs. When they would get with whites, you would be favored in the Indian community in a mixed house. Think about it. A mixed household. You got one mixed kid getting favored on the white side, the other mixed kids getting favored on the black side. But that's the Indian side. But it's confusion now because we're both Indians, right? Because I just married you and had kids, so we're all Indians technically, but he's not. There's no blood there, but all the kids are, right? So now when this Indian gets with a YT person and she's YT, well, he's Indian now. And their children who come out looking YT with a little bit of hint of black still hidden up in them, they're still Indian now. Now you say, hey, let's institute laws where white people can't marry black people and make it hella discouraging for them to ever go back. Right? Now we're even further whitening out the Indian line, and then we're going to start calling these people slaves and freedmen. That's why you're here. You're here because you were a slave and a freedman now. But that's not the case. They took your Indian blood, ran with it, cut you off as a freeman in 1866 with the treaty. That's basically what happened. And I can explain that and show that with newspaper clippings, through the documents. You already know. I'll get the newspaper clippings that shows them coming over here encouraging us, them white T folks, to marry us. Then I'll pull out the the general laws of the Chickasaw legislature, which shows that when these white folks did marry these folks, their offsprings were becoming the top heads of the Chickasaw legislature in the 1800s, late 1800s, in the 60s times. And why is that important? Because it's that time where the 1866 treaty gets written, where they call these people slaves and freedmen, which they never did before, and they say that these so-called whites are the real Indians. Now it's the split. That's why there were so many mixed bloods, if there were, or people assuming families. Some of it, whatever, it could be a mix of assuming families and some mixed bloods. Could be a couple things. She could have already had Imahota could have already had, well, that's different because he was older. So that's long story short. But either way, but that's basically, in my opinion, what happens. Starting in the late 1700s, they start coming over here. A few. Most white folks didn't get here to the late 1800s. But a few start coming over here. They start getting in with some of these so-called Indians. If you get with the narrative, they get with the Indians, make mulatto children, split the mulatto children's. Whoever doesn't get with the YTs, you're cut off from being an Indian. Whoever gets with the YTs, you're a full nation Indian. Then officially make it in paperwork in the 1866 treaty over time, saying that that's what we're going to do. And then make you accept it in the Dawes Rose paperwork. That comes later. 1866, they wrote you out, called you a freedman. You didn't know about it. It was in the treaty. Late 1800s, they want you to sign up to get allotments under the term freedman, permanently putting you in a status of being a slave on paper, permanently putting you in a status of possibly saying that you were an African on paper. You were just going to get allotments because you were an Indian and you want your land. The whole freedman thing is just trickery. So, hope that says a lot. I was went all the way in and said the one drop rule worked, and exactly, and that's exactly what it was. When you think of the one drop rule, that we think it was if we think it was for us, but it really was for them. They needed that one drop. Yeah. You on point, on code. You definitely on point. Uh, they needed that one drop. How did I pull out a damn paper and it's got holes in it? Come on, Zigzag Company. My bad, y'all. I'm still gonna use it. I'm probably just gonna cover that bitch up with my finger. Y'all know y'all have done it before. Uh, y'all know y'all have done it before, nigga. Motherfucking you pull the motherfucking cigarillo out the pack and that bitch dried in a motherfucker and it's the last one and you not going to the stove. Yeah, you know what you about to do. You about to hold it together. You better hold it together like a motherfucker. You gonna cover up any hole you can cover up. Yeah, and you gonna smoke that last dry ass motherfucking Rillo. But but no, that was a good question. That was amazing. Cause that helped me to formulate a good response, a concise response for when I know I'm gonna get hit with that. I know I'm gonna get hit with that when I go on this panel one day. I'm gonna go on this panel one day. I tried this morning. I'm gonna go on there one day. I don't be up that late. Like I had woke up at like goddamn 2 o'clock this morning, 1 o'clock really. Then I woke up at 2. Then I went back to sleep. Then I woke up at 3. Then I looked at my phone and I saw he was on. And I was like, all right, let me get my ass up, man. I've been up since 3. So you got a doctor that real? Oh hell yeah! I used to say that rolling the flute, like the rolling the flute. You better double rap, right? At least you get a little bit of. Sometimes when you double wrap that bitch, at least it'll burn a little longer. Man, I just came across some on my genealogy that makes no sense. 3 different surnames. 3 different surnames for the same person. I can believe it. I've seen 2 for sure. At least 3 is kind of crazy though. Um, 3 is kind of crazy. Let me go back down here. But yeah, man. So but yeah, and you know what, man? To be honest, like I feel like the universe gave me these ancestors like this, man, because every one of them have some kind of, and not just mine, y'all's too. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us, we have these questionable things in our situations. You know, some stories, different like these stories about these chiefs. Um, Paul Tillman Willis, who was a black slave owner who owned some white folks. Since they got me restricted, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. The Wambles who were listed in the Federal Writers Project, they apparently were supposed to be slaves, and um, excuse me. Ooh. There was a story written about one of them, but whole thing is fake, and that's a whole ordeal that I had to uncover. I'll have to do a live stream about that one day. I'm gonna do a live stream about that. Um, there's a lot of different things in my family, man. I still need to look into this because Lawrence W. Tennant, like slave owner, we're gonna have to look into that. The Tennant Timpsons going into that. Um, it would be one of the only people I got maybe other than a Indian slave. I got one other person that has a slave schedule, and it really doesn't even. Let me see if I see a slave schedule in here. And it doesn't say anything about African or whatever. Again, like slave could mean you were in prison. Slave can mean you were a prisoner of war, or you. And when I say prison, you were convicted of a crime. Slave can mean you were just a family on that particular place that wasn't a free Negro with free Negro paperwork. It's many things that slave category could be. That's why it's just really kind of uh not the best thing to go off of. Just that no, they don't have anything. 1850 census. 1850 census would have been. They would have had. This she must be listed as a free inhabitant. Yeah, I was like she must be listed as a free inhabitant. That's if this is her. Archie Williams, Mary A. What was her name? Mary A. William. Mary A. Williams. There is no race category filled out, or they say if the box is. Now, this is the other thing. This is the other thing. White, black, or mulatto, right? And notice how nothing's filled out. You almost see like there's a little line right there, but and a little line right there, a little line right there. But it could be accidents, right? Did they get rid of? Did they get rid of it, or are the boxes supposed to be white? And white means a white box means white because what they try to say, see that? What they try to say is a white box meant white, and if you put a B in there or an M, then it's anything other. But I don't know why they kept doing things like that, you know? Now, why is these F's drawn so perfectly? Not all of them, I guess. Person's handwriting was Hmm. It's not always. It's not exact. Maybe that's just their handwriting. They had it certain type of hand. Yeah, it's not all the same. It's just how they wrote, I guess. And it's like a weird way to do an F. Look at that with the disconnected line. I guess I can see. I guess I can see that. Yeah, yeah, because you go down and then with a quick. I guess I can see it. Go down, down, and you just going quick. I guess I'm just looking too into it. But this little section right here, it is what it is. Hold on, let me see what y'all saying. What's up, Lilith? Said nah, they actively erasing. I feel that's what it looks like. Whiteout, maybe. That's what it looks like. I don't know why all the writing is so nice. Cursive, exactly, and like that doesn't look like an accidental. Like they went that way and stopped because you're releasing pressure. As you can see, how the line gets thinner as it goes this way, you're releasing pressure. So to have a line right there that's very dark, it's like maybe it could be that they was about to put the M right there and did that. I'm at least trying to give them a little something, but then you got shit like that. Like what is that? And I almost feel like I see, but I could be trying to see too much. But like that would it is that how you start an M? Nah, is that how you start an M? Nah, not really. What about that little line of that right there? So and was that's an 1850, right? Okay, 1860. Let's see. He said reading the wheels has low key was low key difficult. Yeah, some of the wheels will talk about giving away Negroes to certain people, and things of that nature. Give me a second, sister. So let me plug in. I need to get a new aux cord. Plug in my little contraption. But let's look at this one too. Boy, my stomach growling like a motherfucker. Hold up, y'all. Plug this in. Okay. Nigga, you said you got that on your father's side. His was what? People giving away Negroes? The newspaper articles were tough too. What, giving away Negroes, nigga? Um, yeah, there's some newspaper articles like people being unalived in certain ways, which can be a little crazy to deal with. That's for sure. Look, 1860 census. All the boxes of color are black or left white. A little dot right there, a little accident. hmm Not as many accidents, but according to them, you leave the box white if they're white. You know, and it's like, is that true, man? Is that really true? Why have the box there? I can see, I guess, to save on the writing, on the pencilship, but penmanship, I should say. Let me see what Mary Tenant Abe was showing. I'm kind of curious. I haven't looked at their records in a minute. Furthest back he is on is the 1870 census. So we won't see him on the other ones. And I wonder if we got her on the 1870 all of a sudden. We don't even have a full name, so some of these records might not even be her records. Let me see. 18. Oh, my bad. I'm about to let you up. Hold on 1 second. 1870. Now, what does this one show? Now they got color in there, and where is she listed on here? Mary Williams, where you at? Williams. Mary Ellen Williams is listed as a black person in the 1870 census. So are the other Mary Williams that I'm looking at over there really white? Or are they really her? See, that's where they try to trip us up at, right? I'm gonna do a little bit of looking, but let me bring her up real quick. Hold on, let me turn my little sound on. Oh, I think she left. She probably had to go. All right, I think she left. If she comes back, I'll let her up. If she comes back, I'll let her up. And if anybody got questions, I know I don't be letting people up, and I'm done past my main lesson for the day. So if anybody got questions, whatever, you feel free to come up. Empress, okay, hold on 1 second. I don't know why I just said that, and I don't know why I unplugged it. Hold on, let me plug this back in. All right. Hopefully y'all can hear me. And when she comes in, hopefully I can hear her.
Grand Rising, Samuel. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on, Empress? Grand
Ain't
Rising.
much. I just came here to show you this real quick because I think it's interesting that you was talking about this. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yesterday I was watching, um, what was I watching? Snapped or something. And this lady's name came up. How do I go into my pictures? Because I gotta show you this. I took a screenshot because I was like, what is this? Hold on. This me, but that's not what I'm trying to show you. Good morning.
Good morning, morning.
Good
Love the
morning. All right.
locks.
How? Thank you. I'm trying to. How do I show a picture on here?
So you before you press the save, so you open that little box up where it shows the little whatevers, and it shows you. But before you press save, but at the bottom of it, it'll have like some
There you go.
options, and you got to look for the green screen down there. There you go.
Right there. Is her name in the corner? Wait a minute. Is that the one? That's Kathy Friedman. Everybody.
Kathy Friedman.
Kathy Freeman. And I was like, oh, I gotta take a screenshot of this because I was like, where? Hold on. Let me see what her name pop up. There you go. Boom. It just have her name on it, Kathy Freeman, Freeeman, and I was like, "What is up with that?" Yes, honey. And when you said it, I was like, "I got it." I was going to send it to your inbox, but since she was letting people up here, I was like, "What's up with this last name? And where'd she get this from?" But there we go.
Wow. And we've seen that. We've seen these people get those names, Freeman and Friedman. And to see, and that's funny because we just saw McDowell. Appreciate you coming up. Appreciate the Empress looking lovely in the morning. Had the amazing locks going. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like appreciate that. Like, yeah, we just looked at that white tea lady McDowell, and now y'all see a Freeman on here, y'all. So a Freeman is a person who's always been free. You know what I'm saying? Freed man with a D. Freed man with a D. Oh, you don't look crazy. You don't look crazy. You look amazing in the morning. You good. uh, no, freed man with the D has a means that you were freed from something. Freed men, and both YT people were given both freemen, as y'all just seen her, and we saw the McDowell earlier, and freemen and freedmen as last names. So you got to think these people just didn't really care about the last name. It's like they were just given names and they just go with it. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of these names usually mean something. You know, a lot of us over here call ourselves, a lot of black people, so-called black, call themselves freemen over here to almost in a sense, I want to say, now this is kind of conjecture because I want to say I haven't read this in something per se. I may have, I'm thinking in my head, have I read this? But the idea of it is that people would call themselves freemen to accentuate the fact that they are a free man, right? I would like to actually find some kind of source that actually refers to that, though. But for sure, that's what it means in the dictionary. Um, yeah, you on it. Yeah, you on it. And that's what I figured. Mm. But I'm always questioning things that if I can't think of a source that I can pull up or have already seen, then that's when I start questioning things in my head. So it's not like that I don't think that I'm sure based off of. I'm always careful of repeating things that I may not, that I've just heard, which I know we all do it. It happens, and it's cool, because we be around like-minded folks, and some of the stuff we repeat is straight. But you know me, I'm just a stickler for that shit. Like, man, where the hell is the paperwork on that? Even on the Freedman thing with the D, like. You got a lot of these FBAs, like Simon, always wanting to say, we need to call ourselves freedmen. We need to go with the freed part. And this is why I be feeling like it's almost like a push for this Africanism. Because saying you're a freedman is, in a sense, putting you in that slave status, even if you wasn't a slave. One. And two, that's just one step to putting you towards that African status. So there were a lot of YT freemen. From Europe, here there were Asians who wanted to be free white tea too. Yeah, and I have some and for those who haven't seen it, some of y'all may not have seen it. I'll pull it up here. I have some naturalization papers. I need to go back. I need to hold on, let me get my do this. I be feeling like I'm screaming into the microphone when I do it that way. Because I had the microphone just like I have to hold it, and then I be holding it close to my mouth like a microphone. But then I be screaming all into the damn phone. Mic. Let me pull this up. I have naturalization papers of people who were given the name Freeman as they came over here. I'm actually in there already. Not this one. I think it's this one. Oh, here you go. Here you go. So here's a freedman spelled. Hold up. can't get my hand around here. Here's a freedman spelled with a Freedman, right? And this is him coming over from Russia or whatever the fuck, right? Here's another freed man with a D, okay, coming from wherever the hell. Their name should be something like this, coming from there, Boryarsky, right? That should be their name. That's why I say this. Oh, Kasper Boryarsky. Yeah, that sounds like a European name right there. Okay, Boryarsky. Here's a Samuel Friedman with a D. I was looking for another. Here's another Friedman with a D coming over here. Here's a Friedman, but with an Friedman, and that's why I wanted to show that because Onko was saying that. Friedman, like your your small hat people, like how they say words like that. I can't think of a word. I was just word like on the tip of my tongue. For something like something similar to that freed thing or whatever. Seafried and Roy or some shit. Mother freed something. Here's Freedmen with a D. But yeah, so this name was given to a lot of folks as they came over. Stotnik. And you got to think with a D, but some of them people might have had it because they were Slavs who were freed. Also, you got to think about that. Some of these people, now his is a Frie, but some of these people like her, it's possible she could have been a Slav and she was freed. Hence the term freed man. It's very possible. So freedman is interesting. I know, right? I can't think of another word for that that's just like similar to that, but you kind of get the spelling put forth like that how they spell things. A Mississippian representative encouraged Thames Bixby to eyeball and identify us by color, not lineage. Yeah, oh yeah. I can believe it, yeah. That's how pretty much all them census takers pretty much had to just eye it. And because they passed and they accepted that because they had documents. Yeah, that's true. They came over here with these so-called freedmen documents. You know what I mean? And and that's why there's multiple reasons why I can't go with it. Like one, I think these people were some Slavs that got the name, and that lets you know, okay, freedman is definitely means you were a freed man, and so like and also the way that they treated us when we got the freedman status. Like this whole thing is filled with freedman stuff. These are cases where people were trying to get their names off the freedman rolls of the 5 civilized tribes. Some cases, people saying they were put there, they never applied for that shit, pretty much, and all this other stuff. So what you have is a mixture. You have a mixture of people who know they're Indians, going down there suing, pissed off and mad, and then you also got people who in applications like this, they admit to be enslaved. In some cases, they label other people as Indians besides themselves. Then you got to wonder, what causes that kind of dichotomy? What causes some people to know they're Indian and some people to already have forgotten? And I'm going to tell you, Indian schools, mission schools, schools where you go to learn whatever they're going to teach you to learn as a kid. And if nobody teaches you that you were an Indian, how would you know? By the time the Dawes Rolls come around, the Dawes Rolls happened in the late 1800s, early 1900s. So think about it, y'all. The Dawes Rolls really don't get started till somewhere around the let me look it up. Let's look it up. What year was the The Dawes Rolls were between 1898 to 1914, right? They waited how long before they started signing people up as Indians from the treaties and from the end of slavery? 40 years, 40, 50 years, right? That's enough time to have two generations, 2 to 3 generations in a 50-year span. A person grows up, become 20 years old, have a kid. That kid grows up, become 20-year-old, have a kid. 3 generations. You get what I'm saying? In 3 generations, you waited to sign these people up. What were they doing between 1866 from the treaties where they X'd us out as freedmen till the time they signed us up for the Dawes Rolls finally? We were in Indian schools or schools, not called Indian schools. Some of them were called a school name, and they would have a thing to say in the beautiful Indian territory. So, what am I getting at? 2 to 3 generations is long enough to wash the memory of a couple of people's generations, of some people. That's enough to have a dichotomy of people to say, I don't know who those Indians are, and people that say, I'm the real Indian, causing confusion. Yeah, you're putting it together. They could have done the Dawes Rolls right after. They didn't need to wait that damn long, but they needed to whiten out the blood a little bit more. To also, while you whiten out the blood 2 to 3 more generations, right? You also, for the mixed race Indians that did marry in, right? While you do that, you also teach propagandistic facts, non-facts, curriculum. I should say propagandistic curriculums to people for 2 generations, 3 generations. And by that time, and it wouldn't be hard because some of these children were orphans. Think about that now. So now think about the idea. You have a bunch of orphans in some areas who go to Oklahoma as well as other places. Those orphans are under the care of possibly a slave master or what you would call a guardian, right? Head of household. When those people put them kids through school, how the hell would they know that they're Indian if they under some white folks? Some of these people admit to being under white folks or admit to being under white folks who were half Indian, not half them. They've lost their memory of it by this time. Some of them, because there's no other reason or explanation why some people would be in the Dawes Rolls application saying this, while other people would be in the courtroom by the thousands saying these things. You get it? No other explanation but the years that they waited and the purposeful propagandistic curriculum coupled with the whitening of the race that they've been doing and encouraging the entire time through the newspapers, as we've seen. That's what caused all this. This shit was calculated, and I feel like I can pinpoint these goddamn calculations, and I'm sure there's some things still in these things that I've missed, and I'm gonna find them. But I have a pretty good idea on how they split everything and how they X'd us all out over time too. The Oklahoma was the final straw. You've already, by the time Oklahoma comes into place and everybody gets moved to Oklahoma, everybody else that was outside of Oklahoma was already reclassified to normal citizens in the states or whatever, either as a head of household or as a slave or a free colored person or whatever it might have been at the time. And then Oklahoma was the last classification to turn all the rest of the Indian tribes who had anything left, 1866 treaty, into freedmen, called them the slaves and some Africans, and start on paper and in the minds of people saying that these red men who are really just hella white and light skinned mix that we call red bones today. What up, boss? uh, hold hold on one second. Oh, you say what now? Yeah, yeah, but what was you about to say? Call me two beans. Two beans. But I'm gonna get off here in a second. I'm gonna hit you right back. All right, bet. He's stupid. All right, y'all. So yeah. Um, okay, he said, Sam, you showed a pic. What was it? Sam, you showed a pic of our common ancestors, Sally Colbert. Where you find that pic? I need it. Uh, to be honest, you might be able to Google it. Let's see. And if not, I'm gonna show you, but I'm curious. Let me not do it over here, actually. One of them showed up. If you type in Imahota Love or and Sally Colbert, especially Imahota Love, or no, Sally Colbert, Sally Colbert. If you Google Sally Colbert and go to images, you'll find one right there of her on My Heritage. Let me see if I click on it, if it gets bigger for you. It looks like it won't blow it up to where you can see it bigger unless you subscribe. I guess that's the only one. It might be on her Finder Grave too. Let me see. I'll show you. I mean, I'll show you mine, but it's in my ancestry. Let's see. One of these might have it. Oh, the first one. Yeah, just Google her name, first one, the genie. I should have just clicked on it. The genie should let you blow that up. Let's try to open it. Yeah, it let me blow that up. So if you want to find a photo of her, that's where it is. You can get it there. And then there's another one. I'll show you the up. Somebody had it colorized. I'll show you that. I thought it was the dopest shit when I saw it too. You can take a screenshot hell here as well. Said Nikki said my Freeman was mixed race, free persons of color, family listed as white, then mulatto on 1790. My Freeman was mixed race, person of color, family listed as white, then mulatto on 1790. Dang, and you found him in the 1790. That's even more crazy. A lot of times it's hard to find folks in some of them censuses. Yeah, these people supposed to be calling me. Yeah, no, that's hella dope, Nikki. And yeah, if you want to get a screenshot, I'll hold it like right there, so where the comments aren't obstructing it. You can do that. You can take that. But right, ain't she gorgeous? They did a good job on the little recreation. You know. But yeah, He said your son has eyes, and I'll show you what they was working off of. I thought this was amazing when I saw it. This is the original, and even this is kind of enhanced a little bit. Let me find the original. Original. That's the original. Original. I can tell because it's not as much harsh pixelation, but this is the original. And she looked dope there. Amazing looking right there. Yeah, man. There ain't no denying who she is, what she was, and all that. Now this could be Sally Colbert, or it could be Imahota Love. Who they cut out of that pic? I think that's really her hair going down. It's grainy. That's the original. Yeah, yeah. This is the original. The other ones are, and this is the original, of course, scanned, and then the others are revised versions of it. Whoops. Yeah, the others are revised versions of it. Man, that was something I was. The Cole families. You know what? Let me see if I can type that in real quick and find it. Cole. I don't have a lot, so maybe not on here. I'm gonna look on my phone. Yeah, I'm gonna look on my phone. Um, but yeah, this is like when I first saw her, like this is the first person that made me be like, man, I gotta look more into this. I haven't seen this on a live record. I don't even think that's her. Willis V. Love, Portland. That's her name on here. Harriet Johnson. That's not Harriet Love though. She's never been a Johnson. Sometimes they'll do that. So her name was Harriet. Used to be known as also as Harriet Imahota Harriet Love, whatever. Um, so they probably thought this record was her because this lady's name would be Harriet Love, but her name apparently was Johnson, and this wouldn't be the Harriet we're talking about, the Imahota. So sometimes you just kind of got to know. They'll throw some records in there. They don't mean it's yours. Um, Harriet right there. Harriet Mitchell. Well, let me just see this. Okay, yeah, that's the same thing. Never mind. But there was let me look on my phone real quick. There was some Coles. I gotta verify this stupid thing. All right. Let me look at my phone real fast for this Cole. Let me do this. James Logan Colbert. Okay. So let's do this. We're gonna walk this back if we can. James Logan Colbert, one of the first so-called Colberts, come over here. He got married to Sophia Mintahoya Colbert, Nehatali Colbert, and so he got married to these people. So we're gonna look up these people. I'm trying to find this Cole. Now that I know Cole means black, I'm trying to find this Cole that I seen before. Sophia Mintahoya, who was her parents? Wife of Captain James Logan Colbert, mother Major James Tonapia Holmes Colbert. I don't think this is gonna lead me down the right rabbit hole I'm looking for. Tonapia Holmes. They don't get out of here with this dude, man. That's the same James Logan Colbert. Husband of Susan Sally Colbert. Son of James Logan. No, that's okay. No, that's not the same. That's James. This is the other James. He's the son of James. That's not really Minta Hoya. Minta Hoya. Does it show her mother right here? Oh, well, maybe not. Maybe not. But Itwa. Man, hold up. Is Mingo in here? Is this where you got that? What does this phrase mean? I think you done told me that. Is Mingo in here? Let me see. Because his first part, the first part of his word is Itwamba. And I think he puts Mingo. Itwamba Mingo. He's not in here. They're not in here right now. I wonder where they're referring to this person. Let's keep going. This is their mother, right? I'm trying to find this code that I found in the past. Just bear with me. Son of chapter. So, that's Levi. Oh, that's Levi Cobra. Levi was known as Itwa Mamba Minko. Levi Cobra was the motherfucking traitor. He's the one. He's the one that and maybe he took on that name because all throughout the papers he was an Indian agent. He's the one that sold off the land, the land, unless it was a different Levi. Because sometimes it'd be different Levi's too. They sons would be the son or whatever. So it could be a different one, but 1850, 1670 would be way too early. Especially 1850. That's almost 200 years old. They must not know the date, but 1850 must be the death date, which would have put him in. That would have been the Levi that I'm thinking about. That'd have been in those letters from 1820 to 1847. Yeah, that'd likely been the Levi I'm thinking about. But here's another Levi right here. I don't know. Somebody did, or maybe that's him too. Whatever. Uh, but I'm looking for this Cole. I'm looking for this person Cole. And if y'all, my bad, if y'all see it, let me. If y'all know what I'm talking about, let me know. But my bad, I ain't been looking down. Burrow, Perry, Hoya, Minta, Hoya. Because what I was doing one day is I was researching somebody's bloodline. It might have been, I wanted to say it was the Colberts, or if it wasn't the Colberts, it was somebody, and it led me to some Coles. And those Coles were then connected to these Indians. Who the fuck was that? Son of Fanny Mingo, the Squirrel King. Fanny Mingo, the Squirrel King, leader, Chickasaw leader, 1688. In Mississippi, husband of unknown Chickasaw woman. See, a lot of times what they'll do, a YT person sometimes marry in, and they'll be like, it was an unknown Chickasaw woman. I've seen that many times. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I'm still looking for these codes though. Wife of Fanny Mingo, the Squirrel King. Suki. Shinichi. Sarah Suki Van. Ukenichi? Ukenichi? Man, I'm trying to think, y'all. Man, I'm really trying to think about this. I'm really trying to find this coal. So Okenichi, they out there in VA, North Carolina, Virginia. Yep. You called that. I don't know. You must know about some Okenichi. I ain't never heard that word. Ukenichi. I just that screenshot of Kathy Freeman. For sure. Appreciate that. I found Winchester Cobra and a few of our docs as well. I've seen Winchester or something. I've definitely seen Winchester, possibly in these letters. Yeah, we got the Chickasaw side. Minko means royal chief. Oh, okay. So it's what mine by Minko something chief, something royal chief. Okay. I just got to figure out that other part then. You say you Blackfoot too. Is Ukanichi something about some Blackfoots? Man, I wish I knew how I got to them calls, dude. Who was I looking at? Um, who was I looking at? I don't think it was Thomas Love at all. Overton Love, Chickasaw Indian card. Well, let's just look at Overton Love. Let me take the card off. No, let me just say Overton Love. Hell. Overton Love, Genie. Henry Overton Love. I'm not a robot. Okay, there's his Dolls Rose card. Let me just look at his family real quick. Which I know, we know the Loves, but son of Colonel Henry W. Love, Sarah Ann Love. Let me go to Henry W. Love real quick. We're gonna go up to Colonel Thomas Love. We already know Thomas Love, the guy with Sally. I want to look at Sally. Sally Love's parents. Daughter of Logan Cobra and Nehatali Income No More. I kept thinking Nehatali this whole time in my head is how I kind of got back to these codes, but maybe I was wrong. Look at that. Kusai. We know Kusai. That means black, right? Nehatali Cobra. Now that we know what some of these names, she was in Kusai, Alabama. That's pretty funny. Daughter of Perry Hoya Mingo, Strabo, Fanny Mingo, Squirrel King. We're kind of going back in that same direction though. It might not have been down this line. Yeah, I just went down the same line. Man, I wish I could show y'all. I wish I could show y'all what I was thinking about. Or if I could find these codes. Who was it, man? If not the love, not the Colberts. And it would have been in the Chickasaw. And there ain't that many people I would have been looking up in the damn Chickasaw. I can't think of it. Well, I don't want to hold y'all forever, man. So actually, there's a Ukanichi band of Saponi. I'm tripping. In the area, it's more Saponi. Oh, and there's a Ukanichi band of Saponi. That's crazy. Yeah, Black and Strong. Yep, Fakusai. Yep. Yeah, man. Man, I'm gonna have to look for these codes now because there's a name. It starts with an N. I swear, and every time I was looking at it, I kept saying Cole, and I kept telling myself these. It sound like a black people. I know black people named Cole. Whole time, never realized the word Cole like Cole Coal was in my face that whole time. And that's why I'm like scrambling trying to find this, like, and whose line was that connected to? Because if knowing that, so you got to think about it. Knowing that when I can find it, then whoever's line that was connected to that, then I know I could just tie back and be like, oh yeah, Black Indians, blah blah blah, this line, whatever, whatever. Even though we already know these niggas are Black Indians, you know what I'm saying? But it just is another more concrete proof, especially. And I'm just rambling and right on right now as I'm trying to think in my head who the hell I was looking at when I was looking that shit up. I want to say it was the Colberts, man. I want to say it was the fucking Colberts that led me back. Let me look one more time before I give up. Minta Hoya Colbert, father of that's his children, brother of. Let me look down his brother's line. Brother of John Colbert, maybe okay. Thomas Colbard and Benjamin Colbert. Let's look at his brothers. Hobart Mayor's son, husband of Mary Colson and Sarah Bradford Colbert. That don't sound like it's gonna lead me there. Neither one of them two. No. Father of Hetty Brother, son of William Colbert, Dorothy Mimi Colbert. Dorothy Mimi Colbert, wife of William Colbert, mother of James Logan. Okay, whoops, not that one. I think I already came to William Colbert, son of William Colbert. Man, I don't know. I ain't gonna keep it all up, man. I'm gonna get off here, man. I tried. I gave it the good college try. God damn it. Yeah, coal meaning is black. Yeah, that's crazy. And think about it. And you threw that gym up there, and diamonds come from coal, which means diamonds come from niggas. That's funny. Oh man. So yeah, man, I tried to look for it. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna keep finding. Think I gotta stretch this out. I gotta send some invoices, do some things, whatever the case may be, man. But and I appreciate y'all being here, like always, man. Appreciate y'all getting the game. I'm gonna join y'all's live. If y'all live, whoever's live, I'm gonna go listen to y'all while well, first I'm gonna have to make some phone calls, some other stuff. Then I'm gonna do whatever else. But I appreciate y'all, man, and y'all enjoy your day. Enjoy the rest of your morning.